Check, check. Check 1, 2. I think we're selling the open here. Check 1, 2. Oh, we're on. All right, give me one quick second here. I'm going to jump over and just watch out here in the open this morning. We are coming into some supply. Quick second here. It's kind of like a gap up. There should be a little bit of gap up this morning on the opening bell, but beware of a sell the open kind of a situation this morning. And hold on one second here. So we're coming into supply on 20. There is a gap above here that could potentially get filled, but I think we sell it. I just think we sell the 20 and then we come back higher here in just a moment. I have a fear here, too, that we're going to trade all the way down to 480 and sweep the low over here. So today, remember, today is Tuesday. Usually we get market manipulation on Monday and Tuesdays. So I'm reading in the background 2 or 3 different takes. Like Nomura's Miguel Agad is saying he's open to the market going higher due to earnings season, but that we would return to the lows again, down another 5 to 10% below the last major low in the market. Now, other professional traders are saying no, that was the bottom. We're never looking back again. But and we can have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions of violent moves to the upside and unwinds. But what I want to warn you of is to not stop using your rules. And we talk about these rules here every day of the week, right? We say whether the market's going higher or lower, it doesn't matter. You stay within your rules. Let me give you a prime example of this right now. Hope this works right now. Okay. So when we talk about trading the stock market, we talk about staying in trend. Let's see here. So if we we are trading trend here, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, you're trying to time, like crash here, crash here, crash here, crash here, you can get blown out. You can chase after the move. So if we break below, make a new low, you can start chasing a move, but you can't predict that move, if that makes any sense to you out there. And let me explain this better too. The reason for this is, or saying this to you would be, I saw a great comment this morning saying it looks like it's time to buy calls, right? We're just going to go vertical, up, 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 up. And what happened yesterday, which I thought was kind of ironic too, because I had charted this out for you yesterday to this tag. So on yesterday's stream, if you go back to yesterday's stream at 9:30, I had this charted out to trade this yesterday, right? This upside move. And what did we do? We sold it off. And then there was an argument made that Walter Bloomberg triggered the sell higher. And as soon as they found out it was fake, they reversed it. That's all bullshit. It's just news assigned to the move that was going to happen regardless yesterday. And so I want you to think about that on this morning's open as well as we go higher. At the end of the day yesterday, I pointed out that we would be going much, much higher today into this morning's open. But on the same token, if you stay with trend, right? If you're staying with trend here and you use your rules and your tools, you know a few things. And I want to point those out to you right now. We've got 520, right? Nice round number, 520, right? And you're always looking on zeros and fives. If you're bullish or bearish, you're always looking for the zeros or fives, and then about $2.50 above or below if you're bullish or you're bearish. So the first thing you want to be looking at here is 522.50. Fairly simple here, right? 522.50. We're going to make that one red right here. Oh, that's orange, wrong color. Well, 522.50. We're pushing our way higher before we get to the open. Let me just change this up really quick. And I want you to think about a few things here. Let's talk about our tools that we use, right? We've got the prior high here, prior high right here. And really, we just want to get above this one right here, right? Somewhere in there, which is also our pivot point. So we've got some targets now to come back from. We've got large gaps back here over the left-hand side here. We've got another peak back up here, another one back up here. So it would seem reasonable to trade in trend. We've got this trend right here, right? This big super trend up here from yesterday's high. We've got a gap that needs closed. Let's go back to our 1 hour basis. Tiny little gap right there. This is really what you're looking for right here. All of this stuff right here. Let me go back and just check this really quick. That nice little gap back over there. See this gap on a daily basis. Got another gap up here. And one good thing is that hourly velocity or 30-minute velocity on an hourly basis is in your favor, just so you can see this. Get rid of that. I was checking that yesterday. You've got hourly velocity beginning to get strong in a downturn. We have new lows on a daily basis, so you could expect a little bit more upside here. It's that big old gap up there. What I want to talk to you about here is trend, and the importance of following trend. Let me get rid of that. I'll leave that one back on because that's where we're headed next. I want you to see look at this prior high right here. Right? So like a tick higher than this and back down, okay? And you've got the cross of the half-an-hour trigger going on right here. And you got a bunch of gaps lower over here too, right? And what I really want to show you here is trend, how important it is to stay with trend if you can. If you are not already long from yesterday, I want you to think about the dip buy. Let me change this over here. I want you to think about the dip buy that took place over here. I want you to think about the dip buy that took place over here. I want you to think about the dip buy that took place into the close yesterday. And I want you to think about the chat, that whatever chat you were in yesterday, how many people said, I'm not buying this close? How many people said, I'm not buying this dip? How many people said, I'm not buying that dip? How many people said, I'm not buying that dip? And now they want to buy the dip up here, right? For that last little bit. You want to always be staying down on trend. Be trying to get long if it offers itself to you. If we break out of trend to the upside, you can chase. So let's check it like this right here. A better way to look at this would be like this. And they're already selling the open right now. You see this? And I want you to also remember something else. Today is Tuesday. So we are in the depths of hell in the stock market. Move over here. Sorry. I've got a new camera set up right now. We're in a bear market now at this point. We're underneath the monthly trigger, right? And I want you to think about where resistance is, or where sellers are, or where we think sellers are. And I want you to think about it where you always want to be as a buyer. When you're making that decision to put risk on, where do I think the buyers are? Where do I think the sellers are? Always be thinking about this stuff, no matter how much FOMO you have or how much fear you have in the stock market. So, and even if you miss out, I want you to be waiting on that back test for you to get long if you are bullish, let's say. And this is, I'm going to show you where I think we trade here. This is going to shock some of you. So this is 508 right here, right? This is the monthly trigger. This is the hourly trigger, the half-an-hour trigger. Looks fairly bullish to me. What if I was to say to you that I think that we could easily trade 480 all the way down? Ready? To show you how far down I think we can trade. Easily, with no problems. Right down there. Now, do I think we're going to trade down there? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But let me ask you that question. The market were to sweep low, to check this cluster here and blast straight down before heading higher, are you prepared for that trade? I just want to know if you are, because I'm going to assume that a bunch of you are not. And it's just bull time all the time. It's possible. So how do we trade this, right? That this is possible. The sweep low here is easily possible. How do we trade that? Well, first we know that it looks bullish, right? It looks bullish. And we first have our first place we want to look for a back test. That's right down here, right? Come back down, back test, up, and away. That'd be great, right? New high over here, maybe. That's a nice place to jump on the dip. If you're looking for a, hey, I want to buy the dip, though, Cap, like right now off the bell. The FOMO is coming in, Cap, and I also want to see these highs up here. You showed them to me earlier. You got one right here, right? This is yesterday's high. So let's slap this one in here. You can see this one up right up in here. They're still selling the open right now. Remember, buy the open, right? Buy calls. Maybe. We'll see if we can make an island here to knock out these prior highs over here. We're going to just be sitting here. Don't be doing anything. If you had calls, you should have sold them on the open. And we're going to wait and see if we can form any kind of an island to go higher, either on the 5-minute trigger or take this down to close all of these gaps down below. Yeah, that's right. Down we go, baby. Buy. Buying was that. Yeah, hold on one second here. Buy. Trapped, right? This market is brutal. So we'll watch here, see if they can get a nice island going, but I don't think so. I think we'll talk about this more here. How low can it go? But I think it can actually. I do think it can go to 580, no problem. And I want you to think about it like this. I want Jedi Marcus always likes to say, like whip it out Monday. No, it's like what the fuck? No, I forgot manipulation Monday. What the fuck Tuesday, right? We got something Wednesday, throw up Thursday. But I want you to think about the market like it's manipulation. Okay? It's very manipulative. It starts on a yearly basis, a 6-month basis, a quarterly basis, a monthly basis, down to a weekly, a daily. Any time frame that you're on, right? There's manipulation. There's the fake out. I call it the fake out. Now, it can be hard to read sometimes, but when you're up on a Monday, Tuesday, you know what it looks like to me? Looks like liquidity day, right? We're going to go grab some liquidity and we're going to start selling again to the downside until that regime changes. If it was a Monday, Tuesday, and we had 2 down days, think about this. Generally speaking, if you've got 2 down days, Monday and Tuesday, what do we call Tuesday? Turnaround Tuesday, right? We should be up or down for 2 days, and hopefully by the end of Tuesday close, we're done bleeding and we're going to go up and to the right into Friday in a bull market, right? Instead, we're in reverse right now. If you go back in the last, since mid-February, and you check every week, that Monday, Tuesday, we're up. And then that Tuesday through Friday, we are selling the entire week. Has anything changed this week? I don't know. I don't know if it has, but I'm sure if you're a bear out there, you're quite aware that you use the first 2 days of the week for some liquidity to start selling the fuck out of this market. And this was a pretty fairly good pump, wasn't it? Now, if you're a bull, you're going to say to me, well, Cap, we can get 5, 6 green days in a row, man. We can go 9 days in a row. I don't disagree with that, but I want to see those islands being built of support for continuation throughout the day or in the overnight or something like that. Let's go back to this trigger screen really quick. And this is what we're looking for right here. We know we've got the prior high from yesterday. We know we'd like to see that ticked, right? I'd like to see it ticked. I'd like to see this tick even if we roll. This is kind of telling you that no matter where we go down here, we're coming back here later on, right? So we're going to watch to see if we can do what? Can we build out some kind of an island, right? You know, David AMS likes to call this island in the sky, right? Calls himself Island Boy, right? So what are you looking for here? You're looking for the open, right? Rope you in. And what you want to do is start seeing some consolidation and not distribution. Grab a new high, and then we can start talking about going higher and canceling all of this over here, right? Does that make sense? If we can't hold on to this right here, what are we going to do? Say we're trying to buy the dip here. We start losing this. What do? Straight back down, right? Clear out all this stuff next. And you're going to find out if the buyers truly are here or not on this island. Right? You catch the new high, pulls it back, you jump on board, and we're printing that, and we're printing that, right? We know the buyers have shown up on the opening bell. If they haven't, though, what happens? Let's watch this closely here. Teach you guys how to buy or sell an open right now. Here's the top tick. And this is what you're looking for right here. I also want you to remember a time in the morning. 10:30, right over there. There's 10. Just like that. There's your 1 minute trigger. Yesterday's prior high, Friday's prior high. Get the prior high from today. 1, 2. Want to go, but we can fail that. That's fine. We'll lower our expectations here. We want to see if these sellers are go. We already see the sellers stepping in at 9:30. They're going to try to step in at 10, and they're going to try to step in at 10:30. They're going to be looking for 3 places to sell into you here. And do you see the traffic that's above us right now? You see all this traffic here? That's where they are, right up in here. Sellers here in the prior high. See, watch my cursor right there. You can see they're slightly above and slightly above. See where these guys are. And the scary thing to me is down here. Let's go down here and take a look. That's 4,800 right there. It's 4,800 down here. We got a couple more targets above here and here. This is all good to see. The bulls are juicing, waiting, right? Oh, yeah, did I say 580? I meant 480. Sorry about that. 480, not 580. If I said 580, I meant 480. Look at that huge gap right now. Another gap to 5,400. Parked on the hourly trigger on SPX. Let me show it to you this way. This might be a better way to show it to you guys here. SPX is a little bit cleaner. So this is SPX Gamma. There's a giant fucking gap left behind. You see it? And you've got the juice above, right? I mean, this looks so sexy to close, doesn't it? It's like, oh, God, let's just go up here, man. Close all these gaps, bro. Boom, boom, boom. And in fact, what do they do? You're loading the fuck up on calls here, right? Buy, 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 buy. And they fucking sweep you lower. Oof. and then you go higher to close that gap right there. That would be brutal, wouldn't it? Think about all of that. You're trying to buy calls. I was afraid yesterday, so now I'm going to slam the call button. Dealers come in, delta hedge your ass, and then we're back up and higher to the right over here. And remember, we've got bears down below somewhere in here. Like they're trying to sweep us all the way down here before we even get up here. I want you to see this prior high right here in the hourly trigger on SPX. And I want you to think about this as a big, huge no-go zone. So you've got like no, do whatever you need to do over here, bro, but you're going down. Unless we can start to do what? Peek our head up, consolidate, begin making a new high, then we can start talking about closing gaps to the upside. But we're not there yet, are we? There's like nothing for you to do. If you're trying to buy this right here, it's the wrong thing to be doing, isn't it? We're inside of a consolidation. Even if we go up, and down here, we're still in consolidation, right? You shouldn't be messing with this, should you? You're looking for the new high to get long. Otherwise, where are we going? We're going way down, aren't we? Way down here, close all that crap at minimum. At minimum, we're closing this stuff back here. So watch this closely to see this down. See this, put this chart down here. Just want to be watching this chart. It's pretty clean on SPX right here. You want to see that break higher first, and then a new high to get long. One minute trigger is on its way up right now to help. This is good. This looks good. I like it. Still no long yet. Where is my account here? I'm going to read a few things to you here. GS yesterday saying individual invest. Hold on here.
PMI.
Individual investors were small buyers of ETFs and single stocks towards the tail end of last week. Given that retail is bought on most days year to date, we don't believe the individual investor has fully started reducing positions. A capitulation of retail bullishness is far away. I don't disagree with that. Nomura's McGilligot yesterday saying, unfortunately, it seems totally reasonable to me that despite corporate earnings kickoff has potential for micro-com, as we're looking back over a solid enough period prior to this peak confusion, but nevertheless, spot U.S. equities can continue to grind another 5 to 10% lower a week until a low delta course adjustment. Policy change is signaled, especially as corporates will be incentivized to likely lower or even pull guidance on the forwards. So the idea here would be that, I think I was talking with Binky last week about this. You're looking for companies in ER season to say one of a few things, and a few things you don't want to hear from these companies. The first one would be this. Companies started greedflation in November. They literally started this rampant inflation before we ever had a talk of a tariff. Or when Trump was elected, we knew some form of tariff was coming. So companies front ran tariffs, right, in November. And we're now in April of 8th, right? And then they continued to increase pricing from November to December to January to February to now with blanket tariffs. Tariffs on some companies are up a full 80 to 90%, or let's call it, I think it's 85%. Then you have to think about taxes on you, right? Your taxes. The Trump tax plan does not help you if you make less than, I believe, $360,000. Then you've got greedflation from these companies. So I want you to think about the effect of blanket tariffs, higher taxes for most of America, right? And then continuation of trade war. And I want you to think about the consumer. The consumer was supple. Consumer was robust prior to tariffs. Even in the face of the mantra, the zeitgeist that the consumer wasn't well off. They were well off prior to blanket tariffs. But now we're talking about products and services up at minimum at this point from last November, 80% in some cases. And companies are eating some of these tariffs. So think about that from the company's perspective when they are giving you guidance this earnings season. Number one, most corporations should be telling you that they're up huge or huge, right? Companies should be saying, oh, yeah, man, we front ran these tariffs way back in November. We've been pumping the consumer. We've been ripping them the entire time, right? So our corporate profits should be great. But the crazy part is you also want to have these companies acknowledge uncertainty in the future, right? So the standard here, squeezing higher now, trading higher than prior high, baby. Woohoo! Trading 522.89 right now. Starting to squeeze above 52.50 right now, too. Breaking out from consolidation with a new high with a giant gap higher. Let me show you that gap up there and how big and beautiful it is. Giant gap to 5,400. So what I want you to think about here is, what is this company XYZ going to tell you in their guidance? The first one, it should be like this. Hey, our profits are booming right now, but we don't know about the future of the consumer, of the economy, or the degradation of the consumer upcoming this summer, fall, and winter. There should be an addressing of potential recession. Excuse me here. My voice is really messed up. So you want to be listening for that. The second thing is, think about it from this perspective. If a company says to you in this earnings cycle, well, we didn't make any money. We took a hit to earnings. We didn't front run greedflation, or we're failing right now. There should be none of that. If you hear that from one of these companies that's losing money, right, in this past 4 months, I would be afraid of that company surviving a recession. Does that make sense? There should be a dump on any company that's not showing profit right now, that was not able to adjust prior to tariffs, didn't join in on greedflation. The next company that you're trying to sell would be a company that has record profits. Oh my God, I made all this money. We jacked up everything, but we don't see a recession in any way, shape, or form. If a company is blind to that in their guidance, that would be another fear. Oh man, what's the CEO doing? Why does the CEO not see what everyone else sees as potentially taking place this year? That the consumer is hurt. Like Walmart gave that guidance already, didn't they? I think Walmart's last guidance was, the consumer is starting to button up right now. We can see it. The consumer is fearful in sales. So you want to be paying very close attention to exactly what these ER guidances, or number one, if they did well in their ER, and number two, what is their outlook for the future? You want to check to see if companies can be resilient if we enter a recession. Are they prepared? You have to see that, because if they don't, you're kind of like, wait a minute here. These guys should be making record profits right now, right? They front ran tariffs. We could see it in inflation data. We can see it at the grocery store. We can see it anywhere you go to shop, that prices are going higher, even if they've eaten some of these tariffs. So Nomura's McElligott goes on to say, he goes, especially corporates will be incentivized to lower or even pull guidance on forwards. So this is from McElligott. He's telling you the responsible company, the responsible CEO is going to tell you this year, hey, look, you know what? We're unsure right now. We stopped buying pencils, but we're cranking the pencils that we have. We're selling them. If things improve, that's great. We've raised prices on pencils 3 times. It's the bottom of the barrel in our warehouse. We're killing it right now, but we have uncertainty in the future. So McElligott says, especially as corporates will be incentivized to likely lower or even pull guidance on the forwards. Of course, with some vicious hedge monetization, dynamic short covering rallies in between, that's what's happening right now, due to just so much legacy over positioning in the U.S. exceptionalism trade, exposures accumulated over the past decade, plus despite the already well in motion net down degrossing from the leveraged community and more recent Friday tap out scene originating from the retail cohort, whose buy the fucking dip conditioning has them get steamrolled in the past week into what now looks like signs of capitulation. And let me show you what that looks like on a separate chart. Squeezing higher now, trading to the prior high. Next target above 525.88. And this prior high right here, bullish on the open this morning. What about hot stocks? Yeah, let's do hot stocks. So this is SPY right here. And I want to show you something here. It's kind of an easy thing to be watching here. McGilligott's last point in his statement yesterday was this. Despite the well-in-motion net down degrossing from the leveraged community and more recent Friday tap-outs seen originating from the retail cohort, whose by the fucking dip conditioning has seen them get steamrolled in the past week and into what now looks like signs of capitulation. The key point here, though, is he says guidance on the forwards, of course, with some vicious hedge monetization, dynamic short covering rallies in between due to just so much legacy over positioning in the U.S. exceptionalism exposures accumulated over the past decade. And what he means by this is this right here. You've got buy the dippers here. Buy the dippers here. I'm going to show you what this looks like. Whoops, sorry about that. Hold on here. What he's talking to you about is you have the market high right here. Let me see if we can show us better. You've got the market high right here, right? We have known seasonal weakness coming into play, right? And you get the first bit of dip buyers here. Right? Think of this very simply. I'm going to buy the dip. I'm going to buy a seasonal low, right? Then you have the meme when the dip keeps on dipping, right? Dip goes lower. Okay, I'm going to buy this dip right here, right? So I buy the dip. I buy the dip. And what happens in here? Oh, I got to stop this from happening here. There we go. So I'm buying seasonal dips. And what does this guy right here do? This guy comes all the way up here. And what does he do? He's telling you that this is the low, right? Don't worry about it, bro. We got our seasonal low in. We're going to be up and to the right and out of here. In reality, what does he do to you? The moment he gets right here, what does he do? He sells into you, doesn't he? Bye-bye. Woo. I'm out of here. Make sense? See you later. I want you to think about all of these other, as McGilligott says, U.S. exceptionalism exposures accumulated over the past decade crowd that did not sell here. I want you to think about these people right here that did not sell. I want you to question right now, what do you think those people are thinking? Do you think that those people are thinking, hey, this is the bottom, bro. We're up and we're out of here? No, those people are hiding still. This is what goes on when you get a wick off style distribution event, right? You know what they really want to do? The last of the people that are up here, they just want off the ride at this point. They just want off the ride. They don't care. They want out. So I want to show you this now right here. This door begins to close. This turns red now. And this here turns yellow. Now it gets a little bit more cleaner, doesn't it? So you know that these people are parked here going, just please come back to 550 so I can sell you out and down again, right? But not only that, there's another band of sellers. These gaps here are where they're hiding. They're right in here. They're actually lower than you'd think. They're right here hiding. And I want to show you where we are right now. Where are we trading? Right into where these guys are. They're hiding right in here. And we're going to close this gap right now, aren't we? Blasting up right now. So you can expect these sellers, quote unquote, these retail capitulators, hold on here, sorry about that, to be sneaking around in here, right? Go, if I can change that color here. They're hiding out. Like, bro, we're going to the moon. In reality, they're parked right here. You're like, just give me a chance to unload. Just give me a chance to unload my position. This is who Miguel Agad is talking about. I want to give you exactly where they are. On SPY, they're at 536.62. And they're hiding out right here, too. 554.76 is hiding here. We'll call them weekends. They just want off the ride. And I want to show this back here for you, too. There were also weekends back here. And look what they did to you. They said, you know what? Just get me the fuck on out, right? And they blasted you down to the depths of hell. Weekends, they're right here, and they're right here. And I want to show you this gap right here. There's the gap. Right in there. Popped up, sold them. You would expect the same here. You want to be watching closely. For what? Squeeze up. Moment you pop your head up, they're slamming into you. Up here, slamming into you to the downside. Brutal, right? That they're hiding up in here. I want you to do two marks for yourself. The first one would be 536.62 and also 554.76. The trade should look like something just like this right here. Come up, poke your head up, and they're just right there slamming into you. Bye-bye, I'm out of here. Whew. You ever meet these people? I counted my losses, bro. I'm going to wait until the market improves. Once it's back going just straight up, bro, I'll jump back in, FOMO the top again. So I'm going to pay attention to these two levels right here. These two weak hand, I'll call them the weak hand levels. Starting to squeeze now. So that was from Nomura's McGilligot saying to look for those places for weekends to begin to sell into you. Goldman's John Schifrin came out with, I've been negative. Quote, I've been negative, but now I'm bullish. Time to start scaling in. It feels terrible at the moment, but I expect this to be a temporary period and prices to be higher in 6 to 12 months. I think the tails are big in both directions. On one hand, there is a chance for a global trade war recession. On the other, a series of negotiations can lead to lower barriers and a strong surging rebound aided by lower taxes. My view is negatively is very high, and these prices will prove to be an opportunity, but it's important to scale recognizing the enormous uncertainty. Selling out of the money puts is another reasonable strategy given high levels of volatility. Now, I'm in agreement with this statement, but I want to preface it with what Nomura's McGilligot is saying to you. If we go into a recessionary type trade this year, you should see two major lows. You should see one right now where we are, right? We had this big major low at 480. You've also got one more coming up for the fall. You've got projections for the year being lowered. So you think about it from this perspective. You've got a trade to fail all-time highs for the summer, or maybe make a new all-time high and then revert to the downside after we've gotten rid of all of these weak-ass hands. And then we've got an attempt for the end of the year to go higher into maybe an all-time high type scenario. When you see these banks that are pulling back their expectations over the course of the year, a recessionary trade kind of looks like this. I want to show you what it looks like here. Let me stay out. Sorry about that. Let me stay on this trade because I'm on this trade too. So watch out for 1030 sellers this morning. So remember, along the way, we've got weak hands, right? We can go up here, trade all that up, down again, right? Make our way up into middle of summer. We fail this high here. And then we clean this up back down. I guess that would be cleaned up at that point. We get another weak period into, the doom bear, September, October. But even your returns are weak into end of year with a new all-time high, right? You fail this one, you catch the end of the year trade. And so what they're saying to you is, yeah, you could probably sell some. What this guy Schifrin's saying to you is you could sell OTM puts here, right? And you could also look for another dip to buy here. And you're not going to see the effects of recession or market crash until late year or the start of 2026, where things get really ugly to the downside. So this is what Schifrin's saying. McGilligot saying, I'd like to see all this get cleaned out, close these gaps, and then we're even higher into the summer trade. Be aware of this move lower. I don't know if it's this deep, though, 420. He said another 5 or 10%. We're talking about maybe 560, 560 somewhere in here. About 560. One more leg down at some point off of earnings season. And then you can get the continuation higher. You kind of wipe these guys out, these weak hands, and we make our way finally back up here. And then a reasonable profit for end of year. This is base case best scenario. None of this up, no 7,000, none of that stuff. That's all gone right now. Unless, of course, we fix all of this tariff stuff. No, zero tariffs, all of that kind of stuff. Just so you can see it here. Prior high, gone. Good to see. Bullish. So we can get one more push up in here. Spoo's trying to hold 520.50 or 5250, excuse me. I'm going to read a note to you this morning also from GL. The main feature of today's market was the extreme. Make sure I got this right here. Hold on. Oh, no, I've lost my place here. Let me rewind a little bit here. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent per CNBC. President Trump had a view after Liberation Day that the U.S. should go into quiet mode and wait for countries to contact him. Tariff negotiations are a result of inbound calls from 70 countries, not stock market reaction. Trading partners should not panic and not escalate. Everything is on the table in trade talks. Non-tariff barriers and currency manipulation are big issues. President Trump will be personally involved in the negotiations. Goal of tariffs is to bring manufacturing back and increase revenue in the meantime. The Alaska oil deal with Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea would benefit U.S. trade deficit. If countries come back with solid proposals, the U.S. could end up some good deals. After that, quote, some part of the tariffs could stay on. Many trading partners have kept their cool, and those countries that did not escalate will get priority in talks. It was a big mistake that China escalated. Says, quote, they are playing a pair of twos right now. Getting a tax bill done quickly will provide more certainty. Asked about raising top tax rate, says House and Senate in negotiations. China's Premier Li saying China's macroeconomic policies this year have fully taken into account various uncertainties and have sufficient reserve policy tools. China's resolute measure are not only to safeguard its sovereignty, security, and development interests, but also to defend international trade rules and international fairness and justice. We want to watch this here closely at 10:30 if we can get this last bump higher. We've got Friday's prior high at 526.55. I want to see if we can smash through this right now. Goldman's Pravorsky coming out this morning and saying the issue with the U.S. is that you were so far away from valuation support. It's hard to make an argument that we should rationally recover from these levels unless you can take the recession concerns off the table. It's not only recession or stagflation concerns. If you revalue the dollar, then you would reprice the stock market permanently. From the top down, it's tricky, but from the bottom up perspective, our flows started to shift yesterday as we saw select buyers begin to step in for high quality corporates who have lost 10 to 30% of their market cap over the past 4 sessions. The claim here is that some of these companies are being reevaluated and valued more in line with the revaluation of the dollar and new trade policies across the world. In the U.S., flows turned much more constructive across the board after having been heavily for sale almost continually. I think we are well overdue for the oversold bounce, and whether this manifests into something more meaningful will depend upon whether the next move in tariffs ends up being delayed or we continue down a path of escalation. I want you to keep in mind those 2 places that I showed you earlier above where you have weak hands. I like to call them weak hands, always weak hands, selling, fear selling, and all those kinds of things. They are real in the marketplace. You will see heavy selling when we hit them. But once we hit them and we get rid of those weak hands, we will know if we can continue higher or not through the summertime. Remember that the 2 strongest times of year, you normally see a bottoming of the stock market, well, single issue stocks around April 15th. We're at April 8th right now. Seasonally, on average, about April 15th is the bottom for stocks. And then towards the end of the month is the bottom for indexes. So if we can shake out all of these weak hands, we have supportive flows typically into the the middle of July. You should see the market top sometime around the beginning of July, and you'll hear a term out there that they call it the summer doldrums. We'll begin to trade sideways, range-bound, middle of summer. The market will get boring, and you're going to go, oh, this is tiring. Where are we going? Nowhere. Why no more uppies? You're going to have traders telling you in early July things like, bro, just up, bro, up into fall, right? And instead you get trapped into this sideways trade. And then what do they do in the middle of summer? They blast us down, don't they? Big old rip to the downside and around the second 2 weeks of July. U.S. President Trump per Truth Social, quote, I just had a great call with the acting president of South Korea. We talked about their tremendous and unsustainable surplus, tariffs, shipbuilding, large-scale purchase of U.S. LNG, their joint venture in an Alaska pipeline in payment for the big-time military protection we provide to South Korea. I gotta drink some coffee to read the rest of this shit spewing. Hold on here a second. Note that sellers love to come in at 10:30 in the morning. You can see them already arriving here. If you're a buyer, you need to stay above this green box right here. Yesterday's prior high achieved. No requirement to go any higher. I've got to read this stuff. They began these military payments during my first term, billions of dollars. But Sleepy Joe Biden, for reasons unknown, God, I hate my life, terminated the deal. That was a shocker to all. Like, I don't know what the thing two and the one of the like that. I don't know how you do that, but it was a shocker to all. In any event, we have the confines and probability of a great deal for both countries. Their top team is on a plane heading to the U.S., and things are looking good. We are likewise dealing with many other countries, all of whom want to make a deal with the United States. Like with South Korea, we are bringing up other subjects that are not covered by trade and tariffs and getting them negotiated also. One-stop shopping is a beautiful and efficient process. China also wants to make a deal badly, but they don't know how to get it started. We are waiting for their call right now. We're sitting by the phones, anxiously waiting for China to give us a call. It will happen. God bless the USA. That's a real clip. That's a real fucking tweet, or not a tweet, but that's in one of my paid news feeds. According to sources, German economic institutes cut growth forecasts for 2025 to 0.1% from 0.8% in September. South Korean acting president, we will not band together with China and Japan to counter U.S. tariffs. I'm assuming you guys understand that, right? You guys understand the history between these three countries, China, Japan, and Korea? Oh, boy. I'm not going to entertain that here. JPM's desk, the market is set up for a rate relief rally. In the ex-China headlines, point to negotiations. Japan, driving markets more than retaliation escalation. Versus China in the EU. Further, the SPX found support at the 5,000 level as the 10-year faced resistance at 4%, pushing yields higher. That said, Trump refuted the idea of pausing tariffs and seems content with the country-by-country approach to negotiating trade. E.g., he mentioned that if EU commits to buying more energy, that could be an offset to the trade imbalance. So there's a softening in tone here. That the White House is now bending to negotiating and no longer just ripping into countries. So a little bit of a cooling in volatility as well as the long-term yield. B of A on client flow trends. Big equity inflows last week as S&P fell 9%. Biggest one-week sell-off since October of '08. Amid Liberation Day, clients were net buyers of $8 billion in U.S. equities, the fourth largest weekly inflow in our data history since '08. 31st largest as a percentage of market cap. Client bought both single stocks and ETFs with inflows across all three size segments. Bullish. All client groups were buyers, led by institutional clients. First inflows in 3 weeks. Biggest inflows since December. Private clients, who have been buyers for 17 weeks straight. Longest start of year buying streak in our data history. Those are those weak hands. When I told you they were buying here, they were buying here. Those are all those weak hands. They've been buying every major support level the entire way down. These are retail people like you and I. Longest start of year buying streaks in our data history. That's why I tell you that they are the weak hands. They are above hiding right now. They've been buying this whole season. All client groups were buyers this time, had the sixth largest inflows on record. Hedge funds were small net buyers for the first time since early Feb. Corporate client buybacks accelerated and are tracking above seasonal levels for the first time in 5 weeks. Last week, I showed you the hedge fund long-short ratio. I'm going to show that to you right now again. And they were net buyers last week. They have gotten a little weak at this point, but let me show this to you. This is the dip buying that took place last week by hedge funds. They've lowered their buy. You can see a little bit of a dip here. So they've stopped buying at this point. But I do want to show you that they were buyers down below at that 480 and 500. Can you guys see that right there? So they did jump in last week. We did show you that they were buyers down below at 4080, 500. You'd also be looking for them to jump back in as buyers if we trade down to that 480 or 500 again. They would step back in again down below. If not, they're going to just stay long here. I would expect them to become buyers again if we can break above. Nope, hold on here. I got the wrong chart here. Got some wonkiness going on here. $57.50. So hedge funds, I want to show you this here. Hedge funds are buyers lower. 4,800 down here, a little bit lower. And they're also buyers higher at 57.50. Until then, no more buying by funds. Come on, baby. U.S. Trade Representative Greer saying about 50 countries are speaking to the U.S. about tariffs. Many countries have said they won't retaliate. Some have already lowered tariffs. China has not indicated that it wants to work towards reciprocity. I don't think this is going to make it here. Just note we have a higher low here at 10:30. Watch out for a sell here. Here's the high right here, lower high right here. Yeah, they're going to backtest this on the cross here. Or they're trying to, at least. I'm out. I got out right here. Check yields really quick. Yeah, yield's still rolling right now. This looks fucking nasty, man. Yields. Here, let me show you guys something really quick. So here are yields. This is the 10-year TNX. A few things I want to show you here. Way to pay close attention to yields here. There's a gap right here. Yields continue down like this. You might watch for that sweep down below down here. We could get bloody. Right there. Ten-year falling right now. Excuse me. You want to be watching 5200 close on SPX here. We're going to take this right out right here. I'm going to show you guys something here. Ooh, baby. Come on down. Come on down. Bust on through there. Slice right through there. Remember that we're in negative gamma. All else equal, we'll get giant rips and giant pullbacks. Oh, boy. Let's take a quick break here. We'll talk about something else. So, all right, I got some story time for you. So this weekend, my wife and my youngest daughter, they had they won like this robotics thing and went to like a regionals this past weekend. So they were gone. Both daughters and my wife were gone, and they left on Thursday, Friday. Get on down there. Slap it, baby. I just want you to peek your head up through here. Whoop. So they left on, I think, Thursday or Friday or something like that. And I was like, I can't. So I was like, the stock market's imploding right now. I don't know if I told you that, but they wanted me to go with them. And I'm like, look, I realize this is special. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm like, I got to be here. So I stuck around, right? We did Friday's show, and they had to leave without me. This was something that started early and ended early. So these kids are all stoked because they get an excused absence from school to go to this first robotics. And they got home, I think, late Saturday night or something like that. I think it was late Saturday night they got home. So I was home alone for a half a day or the half of Friday night and then Saturday. So I go out on Friday night, get a burger. I'm super, super tired. I'm like, I can't do this. So I go home instead of like having man night out, and I'm out. Sleep. I think I slept maybe 12 hours. I don't ever sleep 12 hours. I sleep like 4 hours a night if I'm lucky. Literally like 4 hours maybe. I'm up at like 2 in the morning. Well, I'm up at 9 p.m., then 2 in the morning, then 4 a.m., and then like 8:30 in the morning for data drops. And try to like, that's at like 8:30, I'm like moving now, right? Like I'm up and around, drinking coffee, water, talking to the kids, kisses and hugs and all that kind of stuff. So Saturday I sleep in. Yeah, that's right. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down, baby. Slap that low. Wrap it up here, by the way. You're going to slice right down here, and then you'll see some kind of a pull higher. That's what this is right here. So they're hitting it right now, okay? See it? And then we're going to get, now that we've done that, we're going to get what? We're sitting here. Woo, baby. Panic at the Disco. I want you to note that this is the low in the open this morning. You're going to look for a reaction here, and you're going to look for bulls to what? Give it up. And then we're going to start going downtown, hopefully. We got a gap right here. See if we can shut the door here on bulls. Get rid of that one now. Get rid of that one now. Spicy. Just hanging out. Hanging out. Woo. That pivot point is all the way down here at 503, by the way. That's your next target. We got a couple more targets here. Hold on. We got one target right here. Yeah, we got another one right there. You see that right there? Move that over so we can check that low right there. I'm going to lower that bad boy. I guess that one's still up there, isn't it? Nice trade right there. There we go. Clean that up real nice like. Target right there. So my wife is gone. I wake up Saturday morning. And if you remember where I left off with you last weekend with changing my office. So I built a purpose-built office that I'm in right now. It took me like, I think, a month to build it, maybe a month. I tore it out, like I built walls and put in electricity and exhaust fans and sound barriers and all of this stuff, right? To facilitate a better streaming experience for you. I did this, I want to say a year and a half or 2 years ago. I started streaming, I want to say 3.5 years ago, maybe 4, somewhere in there. I don't know, 3 years, 4 years, I can't recall. It's something like that, somewhere in there. And that's relevant because of what happens over the past 2 weeks. What's happened? So Saturday, I'm all alone. There's nobody here. It's just me alone. And I had one of my longtime friends, a close friend of mine that I've had for many, many moons. I call him up in the morning and I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? He's like, not much. What are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm working on this second office again. He's like, I figured you were doing that. And I'm like, yeah, it's not going as well as I expected, but, you know, no one's here, so I'm working on this office. No, not this office, but a different one. And the plan here is, his thing was you should rent a commercial space and build that out. And I'm like, nope, the cost of that would cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I can do it myself, it's easier, cheaper, and I get to keep the equity of it too. Unless I had bought the building or something like that. We're nowhere near buying commercial real estate yet. We have years to go until that happens. So I'm like, nope. I'm just going to do this second office. Kind of cool anyways. Lends value to the home and all that stuff. So I'm doing this work in this second office. And the reason I'm doing this work is because I'm outgrowing what I do. It's weird. Like I could do like a laptop with a I don't know, the laptop's webcam and a chart sitting there, right? And that would be simple, but what you guys see here, let me turn this squawker back on here.
Voice news disconnected.
Oh, it's on. Yeah, there ain't shit going on with the news. Oh, wait a minute, I had the volume down. My bad. Can you guys hear that?
It says any future trade agreements will need to have strong rules to avoid third countries like China from taking advantage of them.
So, I'm like, what? And let me explain this to you guys. Like, so when you see like video playing and you see like a news squawker going and you see Bookmap and you see a camera, it's like my camera that I use here is a Sony A7000 or something, 6000 maybe. I don't know. It's one of the two. It's 6,000. It's 6,000 because I had to look it up last night. So, I looked up 5100s last night too. This is a long conversation. So, excuse me. So I've been like slowly like building out this office over the years, like hand building computers. Do you guys see the computers over there? Like I've got like a slave computer, one that's tied in. I have one that does work and then sends over the information that is then compressed and sent via the series of tubes to you guys. So to get all of this stuff here, and I can like switch between scenes and show you a bunch of cool shit. And then I've got
Representative Greer says port fees on Chinese ships are not all going to be implemented, and they're not all going to be stacked.
So I've got like cool shit. And then I've got like access to a Discord.
Who said in a video distributed by his office that a nuclear agreement with Iran would be acceptable to him only if it included the explosion of all of Iran's nuclear facilities and dismantling of all equipment under American supervision and by American execution. He noted that if this does not happen and Iran drags out the discussions, a military option should be used. This is being cited by a reporter on X here.
Yeehaw.
Reporter on X. So to quote him directly, the report on X says, "Everyone understands that, and I discussed at length with Trump," said Netanyahu.
This is Bearish right here, by the way. So, and then I've got like Bloomberg shit coming down one side. I got BBG over here. I got Discord going over there. I've got Financial Juice over here. I've got Walter Bloomberg over there. I've got you name it, right? Just like boom, information just streaming down all day long. If you were to look from where I sit, my office is kind of stupid. It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous thing.
US Trade Representative Greer says too many countries are dependent on exports to the US.
And I got like bundles of wires everywhere. I've got like lighting boxes everywhere. I've got LEDs over there and shit. I've got fucking monitors in the back. I've got virtual displays that I compress and send to you. You name it, right? Everything is like awesome. Eventually, it was so much that I had to like upgrade to a bigger, bigger internet, like gigabit. Now I'm like, oh, I want 5 gigs now. Like I not even want, I need it. So I'm like building all this out, and I'm starting to burst at the seams. It's so bad. I use so much data and power that I can't even run a self-guided stream without like anywhere else in my house. I can't do it. So I'm like, all right, I want to do self-guided stream and an office day on Mondays. So I'm like, I'll do this self-guided stream on Mondays, and I'll do a private stream for members in the Discord on Mondays, like 4 hours or something. So my first attempt failed miserably. So I'm like, I'm not dealing with this shit. So I'm like using like shit that I own. Like, oh, I got this wire over here, and I got this old shitty webcam over here, and I got this over there. And then I find out that my computer is a little dated at this point. And so I'm like, I'm looking at all this stuff, and I'm like, why am I? And I wasted. This was like 2 or 3 weeks. No, it's been 3 weeks saga now. 3 week saga. Week 1, try to like patch together something. Scrap that. Week 2, fuck it. I'm gonna buy some stuff, and I'm gonna do it right. This Saturday, I went down the rabbit hole, and it wasn't a disaster, but like now I've got like a switch, and I'm like pulling wires through my house. I need to upgrade all of my LAN to like a Cat 6. And I'm like drilling holes everywhere and pulling wires. And I used to like buy a cable. I'd buy like a Cat 6 that was terminated already. Nice and easy, right? Just make a little bit bigger hole, and then you just pull it and you're done. Now I'm like, oh shit, I got to order terminator thing, and I got a pass through thingy tool, and I don't know, pass through
500 pairs gain to 2.5%, reaches session low.
Let me turn this back on here. We got a giant gap to close to the downside right now. We're hanging on here because of TNX. It hasn't left here. It's just parked at 4.201, but it should start bleeding here soon. So, like, now I'm like, oh, fuck. For me to do this, like, legitimately, I need 2 offices, and I need to, like, upgrade everything. I don't have enough fucking I don't have enough, like, my router only has, like, 3. It's a great router, but it only has 3 LANs, and I need more LANs. I need more LANs, bro. I have like a smart house kind of too. So I've got like no PoE. I've got like cameras that are plugged in. It like opens up this huge other can of worms. Like I got computers at every TV in my home. That some of them are on Wi-Fi, some of them are on fucking LANs that I've got like run with Cat or Cat 5 or something. And then I'm like upgrading the internet to like a 5G experience. And I'm like, oh my God, this is a nightmare. Now, mind you, I am not a computer guy in the normal sense. Like, I'm not an IT infrastructure kind of guy. That's not me. I kid you not. The past 3 or 4 weeks, like I did the big thing the first time with electricity and stuff. And I had experience with that, but building houses, but I've never been an IT guy. Like I've seen server racks and shit like that. I've never fucking built a server rack in my entire fucking life. And that's what oh yeah, come on down, baby. Come on down. Lose it. Tap that shit. Hit 51546. So I don't know this. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm trying to pull wire all over my house. Dude, I was like bundling two fucking Cat 6s and then running more and going, why am I fucking doing all this? I got to run it all and then bundle it and tighten it all up. What am I doing? It's a nightmare. So I'm like undoing everything. And then, of course, I didn't realize, like, the first time you dead end a Cat 6 is great. You're like, ooh, I learned this. You dead end like your 10th one, and you're just like, I fucking hate this. How can people do this for a job? Like, I'd want to shoot myself if I ever had to do this for a job. Like, like terminating ends on I don't know, Cat 6 sucks. It's terrible. It's like nightmare. Should have nightmare fuel. Maybe the tool I have is just like kind of shitty. I don't know, but it was terrible. So my wife and kids are gone. I'm going through this nightmare on Saturday. And then I get to the point, yeah, we got first target hit. Target 1 hit. This is PT1, right where we are, 515.64. PT2 sitting at 514.52. Shake them to the downside. So turn around Tuesday, baby. So so it's a whole mess, right? And it's a problem. Like, it's starting to turn into a problem, right? Now I've got a computer that I bought to do this second stream. I'm trying to set up a second version of Streamlabs. So I got the fucking computer open, and I've got like the RAM out, the ROM out. I'm trying to dig through this thing to replace the USBs for USB 3.0, I think it's called. And then I'm getting sidetracked with pulling all this cable, and then I'm like just sitting there working on Cat 6 terminate dead or ends or whatever they're called. I don't know. So I'm doing all that stuff, and then I run into the like switch. Oh my God! Let me tell you what I bought here. Let me tell you what I bought. If you guys want to know what I bought.
It says that the country would reject U.S. military action in Mexico, and that it will not resolve anything.
I mean, you want some nightmare fuel? I got nightmare fuel for you. So I buy this fucking thing. I buy this fucking and then I'm like, what's a patch? And they're like, oh, we use a patch to clean everything up, especially if you're like moving cables around and stuff. And then I'm like, what's a POV? What's a PoE? That's like a switch that has power over Ethernet. That's when you can get devices and you can send them electrical current.
Secretary Wright is currently speaking on CNBC.
So they're like, oh, you don't need your cameras anymore with plugs in them, bro. You can just plug them right into the Ethernet now. Like, you can do Wi-Fi mesh all over. You can put a Wi-Fi mesh. You can throw a fucking Cat 6 out in your backyard. And
it says, think of these structural reasons.
Come on down. Blood it. More. Down. Get down there. So it's a fucking nightmare. This is what I got. I got a
protect your trades from macro headlines.
I got a TP link.
Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
TP link TL-SG1428PE 24-port gigabit.
Extend gains. Dow Jones up 1.99%.
PoE switch easy smart managed, whatever that is. This thing's a beast. It's stupid. I'll say it again. TP-Link TL. Remember, this is important. TP-Link TL-SG1428PE.
Wright says lower prices are good for consumers. That's Energy Secretary Wright.
So I get this fucking thing, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm just going to plug it in over here and do this whole thing. And I'm like building out the server rack and room. I'm building all that. I think that's a nightmare too. Complete fucking nightmare. I didn't realize that I was going to need a laptop or a computer for the fucking switch. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was proprietary software. I didn't know that I had to change all the IPs. And I didn't know I had to keep certain computers and certain devices on a certain like hierarchy tree so that nothing gets all my internet doesn't go to one place or whatever or equally. I have to like separate what gets what. It's some fucking mess. And I need different IP addresses and all kinds of stupid shit. So I got to plug this fucking thing in and it fucked up my whole network. And so I got on YouTube on Saturday and there's this guy. There's like one video about this fucking thing on YouTube. And this guy's like talking like, I'm like, I don't understand anything this man is saying about this switch. And he did the whole thing with me on the video.
Energy Secretary Wright says negotiations are intended to open
Come on down.
to U.S. products.
Get down there. Close the gap. Shake it. S&P 500 in free fall right now. SPX trading the monthly trigger. There should be a bump here. Just watch this really quick. I posted a chart for you in the Discord showing this. I want you to know that you're going to get some reaction right where we are right now, okay? So watch this really quickly here. You're going to get a reaction here. See this monthly trigger? You're going to get a bounce. Then you're going to get a bounce right there, and then you're going to bloodbath down here, hopefully. So watch the bounce right where we are. We hit our hit there. Here's the bounce right here. Make that one yellow now. That was the big consolidation, right? Whoop, right there.
Energy Secretary Wright says the U.S. needs to stop closing coal plants.
We're going to move this red one down now. We're up here. I guess we could just... That one goes right there.
Wright says that the U.S. wants to grow electricity production.
This one's a good hit. We did that one. Get rid of that now. Just looking for what happens right here. Next target's right here.
Greer says negotiations on tariffs will be nation by nation.
So this switch thing turns into a fucking fiasco and a nightmare. And I get bogged down in it. The computer's upside down sideways. I got the switch as a disaster. I'm like finishing up all these other dead ends and stuff like that. So then I go into this office right here. Come into this office. And if you can tell, I don't know if you can tell right now, but my office is like bright. And it looks like I got a tan, doesn't it? Looks like it's dark in here too, where I'm at, right? You might even notice that my camera is a little weird, or just not right. So I start digging around in this office, and I find like dead things, not animals, but like a dead LED thing back there. I find another dead LED thing. And then I'm like, wait a minute. A bunch of my equipment that I bought 3 years ago is dying, and I haven't noticed. So I'm digging through now, pulling out stuff, throwing it out my office, like out of my office into the hallway, like boom, there's one, boom, there's two. And I turn on Streamlabs. This is on Sunday. So I turn on Streamlabs, right? And I'm not like streaming anything. You might have been able to tell because if you get on Twitch, you can see that it says I'm online, even though I'm not. I don't know why no one else shows that. Only Twitch shows that. So all of a sudden, my and the week before, remember I couldn't show you Bookmap. It's because Windows had reassigned my displays. And instead of doing duplicates on a virtual display, if you don't know what that means, I have like Bookmap playing on a real screen, and then it duplicates to a virtual screen. And I take the virtual screen and I compress it to something that I can get to you really fast, like no delays.
That we have had outreaches from nations interested in buying U.S. energy.
Like if you watch this show on Twitch, the native delay is like, if you got a good internet connection, it's like 3 seconds. Super fucking fast. Especially you figure I take that data, I compress it, and then I resend it to you. It's stupid fast. So I had to like readjust my my other the slave computer that I have over here, right? I like readjust all that, get all that up and working. And my my Elgato, like it's like an HD 60S video converter, was all fucked up too. I finally fixed that, so now I'm like ripping stuff out of this office. I'm ripping out my, like nothing's going right here at this point. If you notice, at this point, I'm just like one bad thing after another, bad thing, bad thing, bad thing, bad thing, bad thing, and I'm like, why am I just everywhere I'm looking, I'm losing here? So, like, I'm just losing. I look over and my Sony camera for my stream is off. It's off. So I'm like, okay, this is a problem. And every time I turn it on, it turns off. Like, it's on, then it's off. Then it's on, then it's off. And then my USB 3 ports on this computer are going haywire. They're like, nope, we don't like this at all. So I'm like, fuck that. I'm not dealing with it. So well, now I deal with it a little bit. I should say that I did look at it a little bit. And then I got on Reddit and YouTube, and they're like, oh, bro, there's a known issue with a Sony A6000 of a switch problem. You have to open it up, buy some parts, or send it off for like $300 to get it fixed, or fix it yourself, which is a fucking nightmare too. So I'm like, I'm not dealing with this right now. So I unhook it all. I probably spent an hour and a half going down that rabbit hole. And I'm like, I'm totally fucked. This camera's fucked. It's been 3 years. I got a bunch of broken stuff in my office. Probably time to get a new camera or get it repaired. So I pull out an old shitty camera. I revamp my whole entire Streamlabs with this shitty camera. Not this one, but the shitty camera.
Detail right says absolutely expect sanctions in Iran if talks go awry. Also writes interview on CNBC ends.
Let me just watch this TNX really quick here. Watch out for a bloodbath here. TNX looking really weak. If you don't know, TNX is a recession predictor. Simplified, like crayons. If you guys are crayon eaters out there. TNX looking kind of weak here. So all this is going on, right, over the course of the weekend. My wife and daughters come home on Saturday night, and I look like Professor. I look like the Nutty Professor or something. I don't know. It was like the Young Frankenstein or something. It wasn't looking good, and I got like boxes and wires and cuttings everywhere, and computers open, and black boxes everywhere. It just wasn't looking good. And I'm super frustrated. So this is where it gets crazier. So I'm like, I'm done, right? I'm done. Sunday rolls around, and it's like middle of the day or something like that. And I had a personal thing happened over the weekend too, on Sunday, a family thing that I can't discuss here.
Stay up to date with the latest.
I'll leave it with teenager stuff.
Non-farm payrolls. Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I'll leave it at teenager stuff. But I'm realizing something at this point. Now it's Sunday, right? It's like middle of the day, and I figure something out.
Greer says we should be running up the score on trade with Australia, which bans US beef and pork.
Try this one right here first. So I figured something out on Sunday. I thought I had finished apologizing to my father. That's not true. I realized something for the first time in my life. I never thought I would realize this. My dad, when I was a kid, I had this thing where I was a teenager, and I thought I was so smart. And I would just constantly lie to my dad.
Greer says Australia got the lowest rate available under the new regime.
My dad would. It's a weird lie too. It's a lie like it's not intentional. It's just that whatever my dad said to me, I would always counter argue with him. It's not quite lying. It's counter arguing. I don't know. My dad called it terminal uniqueness. I don't know what he meant by that, but now I do understand what he meant by that. No matter what my dad said to me, I had an answer for him. My dad would say something like, "That's wood," and I would say, "That's not wood, Dad. That's concrete." And trust me, Dad, that's not wood, bro. And it was every conversation that we had. And so on Sunday, I ran into that, and I have to call my dad again. And I was thinking to myself on Sunday, I'm like, why am I so frustrated? I feel like I've got bad karma, or the world's closing in on me right now, and I can't get anything right. I feel like there's a word for this, when people make you feel like you're crazy, but you're not. So I'm like, I got to call my dad again and tell him that I'm so sorry for what I did to him in my teenage years. And there's no real way around it. Like, there's nothing you can really say. Like, when you're a teenager, it's part of being a teenager, right? Part of like feeling out stuff and things like that. So Sunday rolls by, and I get into this is yesterday now. So I'm in Monday, right? so I'm in Monday now. This is yesterday, and I'm the first thing I do is I start working on the rest of my office and trying to get this setup back online. And when I put the stream up yesterday, if you noticed, I only had the chart up for you yesterday. It's because everything was a disaster. Everything was off. Like, Bookmap was off. Everything was like, it was all off. It was like everything was offline. So I'm like, I at least putting a fucking chart up today. Camera off, everything off. And I'm like, reserved myself to. This is what I say to myself. So this is yesterday. So like, I get done with all the stuff that I can get done to get back online for today. I go into last night. Now it's like I eat dinner, talking to my wife, my kids, all this kind of stuff. I finish my dinner, and I come back inside this office. Ready for this? So I come back into this office at like, I don't know, 8, 9 o'clock. I'm like, I'm going to write a brief. I'm going to make sure everything works. And it doesn't. It doesn't work. It's like, then I go down the rabbit hole again on the Sony A7000.
Show support for gas storage leeway before winter. They may agree on 10% leeway on 90% storage goal on Friday.
And I try to fix the A6000, like open it up and start to like.
So according to Nikkei, Trump's reciprocal tariffs will result in cost increases that are difficult for Suntory to pass on to consumers, according to what the chair.
Watch out here. We're going to get a bloodbath, I think. TNX does not look good right now. So I'm like sitting in this office last night, right? I like pull my Sony A6000 apart, and I'm looking at this like button ribbon. It's called a button ribbon for an A6000, and I'm thinking about soldering this thing back together. I put it back, and I go, I can't do this. I'm going to fuck this camera up. This camera's super expensive. I don't want to fuck this up, right? I should have just bought a new button or a new ribbon or something. So I put it back together. Now I've spent, I don't know, I've got like 10 different layouts, and I have to put the camera on the layouts and off the layouts. And then I think it's possibly an Elgato HD60. That might be the problem, but it's not. That I'm like, maybe it's the USBs that are the problem, not the camera. Maybe it's not the switch on the camera or the shutter. Maybe the shutter's not stuck or the shutter button's not working or whatever. So I put it all back together, and guess what it was? Guess what it was? It was the shitty AC battery. This thing's like a $20 AC adapter that you plug into a DSLR camera to give it constant power from DC to AC. And they're so cheap that it wasn't making contact. I shit you not. Like, we're talking like a millimeter of give. So this camera would like turn on. When you grab it to turn it on for the stream, you like put your finger in the bottom and touch it where the plug-in battery is. And it was just this shitty $20 battery. I literally took a piece of plastic that I cut and folded up like a wedge, and I stuck it in like between the little blue thing and the battery box, and my fucking camera once again works. And I'm just like, I'm gonna have a meltdown right now. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, I'm about to buy a new camera. I was like, do I get this thing fixed? That's like a $300 minimum, $300 to $400 to have it fixed. $600 to $800 to buy a new one, and then to buy a replacement in the mid-turn, all that stuff. And it was literally like a wedge of plastic to keep contact on an AC. And I was like, that's it. I've had it. I'm done. So I'm like, I can't. So I put the camera back up. So I removed the shitty camera from all of my scenes and layouts. And then I put the Sony A6000 back up. And I think you can tell from my camera right now, it reset itself. So like all my settings are gone from it. That's like another hour process.
Says that
this is the kind of nightmares I go through with this
for USB dependence on China.
These build outs. Like I can't believe the time that it actually takes to do this stuff if you've never done it before. And even then I was thinking about this camera, and I'm like, I could have sent this off to somebody and they would have done the repair. They would have just been like, yeah, they would have plugged in their own battery and it worked fine. And they're like, I don't know what this guy's talking about, but he wants to repair it. So maybe they would have repaired it for me anyways. Put in a new ribbon. I'm just like beside myself right now. So that's how I spent my Monday. And guess what time I finished that work at and got this stream back up to where we are right now. Take a guess how long it took me to. 4 a.m. was when I finished. I still have wires. I still have like wires running through my office right now in like this like emergency room like I got like wires running through my office hidden behind me here, and I had to put my whole office back to get all this broken stuff off behind my office back here too. You'd be surprised like what you see right now at this moment. I probably spent I'm not kidding, like 20 or so hours this weekend to be right here, right now at this moment. Mind blowing. Spoo's trying to hold itself up right now. We did get a new low over here. Just waiting for a failure above here. Waiting for a failure here. Just check and see how big the squeeze is going to be. TNX looking bullish again. That's positive for bulls. We got some big squeeze that can happen here. You can see all this here. We can trade all the way to 522.50. You might want to get out short for a minute here. Let's take a look at this together. So we got the new low down here, but we just got a new low. Let me mute this here for a minute here.
Voice news disconnected.
We got a new low here, but we also just got a new high in 5 minutes. We want to watch this one very closely here. Still no new high here. Let's watch this one pretty closely here. Watch out for a big reversal. This might be coming off the table for now. There is a new low here, but this high was just beat. They're going to try to trade this one next. See that squeeze there coming up? Still in bear's court, but just watch it closely. See that's possible reversal here. Could be more something like this here. Watch this here. But then watch the reversal to the downside. So you'd see this move higher, beat this prior high right here. Then catch the failure in here. We just roll down like this later in the day. You clean this up so we can... How did I describe that? You got the high right there in that one. You'd be looking for the high right there in that one. All right here. And maybe the failure down below right there. Something like that. Something like this. If you're bullish here, if you think that's bottom, you need to see this new high right here, and then you'd buy the back test. Continuation would be like right about there. Well, that's the trade, that prior high from Friday. This is going to be the key here. So this is really happened to me this weekend. So I ended up working like stupid hours, like nonstop. And I think the biggest thing that like really got me this weekend was like that final little like nail in the coffin, like boom, your Sony camera's dead too, buddy. And then the simplest fix in the world. And it's like the same thing as like, is your computer unplugged? You know, is your computer unplugged? Did I check to see if my camera was unplugged? Yeah, I like looked at it. It looked normal. And not until I had pulled it out. Like I pulled this camera, like dragged it out, all the wires out, and then I had set it aside. I started cleaning it up and like packaging it to send away to get prepared. And I've got the camera right before I'm about to put it into a box, and I'm looking at it. And I'm like, I just want to look at it one more time. Just like one more time. Just like look at it once more. Before I go down this rabbit hole of replacing this stuff, because it's expensive. Like it's like no joke replacing this stuff. And I'm like, this could cost me a lot of money. And I only got 3 years out of this camera. I would think that I would get at least 7 years, maybe 10 out of the quality camera. And I'm kind of like angry at this point. And then I read about this camera and they said, well, some of these cameras have a known fault and manufacturing flaw. So you probably have a defective camera. And the fact that this camera was behaving like it had a manufacturing defect, I'm like, I'm fucked here, right? And it turned out not to be the case. But I can't tell you like or at one point last night or over the weekend, and then eventually the epiphany last night was I couldn't imagine the job of the amount of troubleshooting I had to do this weekend. It was like troubleshoot this, troubleshoot that, troubleshoot this. Like nothing, just like plug and play, fixed it and off and running. It was like just one speed bump after another. Like just one after another, like, oh shit, what's this? Oh my God, why is that not working? And I'm thinking to myself, like, God, I can't imagine the life of like a roadie on tour with a band, or an IT guy that's like moving offices, and like the amount of stuff they must run into. Like unplug a wire, all of a sudden you pulled it too hard, the connection no longer works. You set your whole office up and it's that one little thing, and you're like, why is this not working? Why is that not working? So anyways, that's how I spent my weekend. It was nightmare fuel. Oh yeah, my dad. Yeah, I gotta apologize to him in a big way. But I never even knew that this was real with teenagers. I had no idea. I had my both. Oh, this is my oldest daughter too. I love her to death, but I'm like realizing that she's becoming a young adult, and that it's like terminal uniqueness, and you can't get a point across that's valid to him. Like you try to, and it's just like it's like he's yelling at me right now. I'm not yelling at you. I love you. I just need you to realize that I know what's going on. No, daddy, you don't. I wasn't doing this, daddy, or I wasn't doing that, daddy. And I'm realizing that I had to look back into my childhood. And I was like, oh shit, I did the same stuff to my dad. And I don't know how my parents lived through that in any way, shape, or form. I didn't realize that no matter what I said to my dad, or no matter what my dad or mom said to me, it was always to me an argument. It was always like, no, I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing that either. And so, of course, as a parent, you feel like you're going crazy. Like, what? Like, I guess maybe that isn't concrete, or that isn't wood, or that sky isn't blue. Maybe it is, a different color or whatever. Or Bad Kitty, not Brad. Sorry, I didn't see the R. No R in your name. Process of elimination. I did that. I did process of elimination. I did. Dude, I'm telling you guys. I'm like banging my head over here. This switch still isn't in either. I had to pull it out, and I got to do a bunch more. I have a bunch more work to do for this switch. The switch is not fun. Oh yeah, come on down, baby. Feel that, and I want you to see this here. See that high right here? See that high? They failed that high. You see that high right here? And they just failed that bad boy right there. If they can fail that one, we'll start going. We'll start party time to the downside. We'll go back to party time here in just a minute. Go on down there and close some of these gaps out. Let's get saucy with it. Let's take it down to 80. Come on down to Captain Jim James used call lot down here. Just come a little bit lower. I feel like a bear right now. I only want this, bro. I only want a little bit more. Psych, I lied to you. It's way down here. I just wanted to roll us down a little bit more. Fast Eddie, dude. I need somebody to I'm being serious here. I'm in the middle of like a real fuck show. Like I need somebody on a camera or I'm like turn my phone on like a video call. Like to look at my shit because my shit's fucked up. My network is a fucking disaster right now. It's like a hot fucking mess. I need someone to like look at my software. TP-Link software, I think it's called Nami or something. I don't know what it's like some kind of proprietary stuff. And I'm fucking lost. My home network is a fucking disaster. It's a hot mess. Like I get the concept of it all, but I'm not a network guy. Yeah, I'd pay you for it. I'd send you like Cash App or something, and I'll put you on video and I'll show you my my new server room. I got a server room now, but it's a fucking disaster, dude. It's fucking bad. Like it's so bad. It's not funny. All right, brother. How do I get in touch with you? You want to ping me an email? It's like captainjimjames@gmail.com. Just ping me, say this is Fast Eddie, and I'll totally fucking show you my shit. Like you gotta see this. It's a fucking mess. So bad, dude. And I think it's mostly because I'm like I don't know what I'm doing, right? I'm like learning as I go, and I'm not that good at it. I'm learning as I go along, but there's some things that I fundamentally I understand this, but I don't know how to put it together in practice. Yeah, dude. I do right now. I got a hamster wheel fucking powering everything in here. I'm not joking. More doom here. Come on down, baby. Get back in there. Come on down. You know it's lower. You don't have to fight it, Spa. There's no reason to fight it, bro. There's no reason to fight it. The buyers are lower, brother. Just sell your soul. Come on, Spoos. Show me the blood, baby. You didn't even get these two. Well, you know where we're going, bro. Buyers are lower, Spy. They're not higher, brother. Don't do it. You're just sitting out there in the middle of nowhereville. You know where the real buyers are. I told them this morning. It's lower. Come on, Spoos. You know where the real buyers are. They're lower, brother. Yeah, I'm saying this is all serious. What is Winky saying right now? Yeah, I did that, Winky. I did that. Yeah, Winky, I did that. I took the fucking camera apart. I took took apart like 12 little screws, and then they're like, "Don't pull off the back, or you break it." And then they're like, this one guy on the internet's like, you can take he's like, you can just pop the button off, and then you gotta like do these like 6 little contacts on the button, and he's like, you gotta solder this on, or you can just buy the ribbon. And then I'm like, okay, let me go look at how to replace just the ribbon. And he's like, the ribbon's easier, but the ribbon is not easier. The ribbon's like, you have to take more off to get the whole ribbon out. Dude, I'm fucking serious. Like, I'm reading right now Winky's comments. I missed everything he said. Like, this is where I'm at right now. This is my life. My life sucks. I used to be able to do this stuff. Like, what I would be able to use, I used to be able to like take a week or 2 off and do this stuff, and there was no stress. Now it's like, oh, you got 12 hours. Oh, you got 6 hours. Oh, you got 4 hours. And these rabbit holes, man, like, I like, if you're an IT guy out there, I have so much respect for you. I really do. I got so much respect. Like, if you're a troubleshooter, if you're like a hardware troubleshooter, like, and I'm sure that you must have run into like, oh, it was just the plug, or it was just the contact not being made, and you like going through doing all this other stuff, and it's just one fucking thing. It's a kinked wire, you know. It's like, it's this or it's that. It's like something stupid, fucking. And I've got the tester too. I got the thing to test the Cat 6 wires. I got the check HN and stuff like that. But it's still a lot of work. It's a lot of time. It's like, it's more time than I ever expected it to be. I thought it would be like, oh, this will take 5 minutes. Nope. There ain't like nothing in this. When you're setting things up, it's never that easy. I think it's easy at home. Like, I got a TV. I don't know. I got a TV. I fucking turn on the Wi-Fi and my TV's running. That's fine. You know, when you start like building out shit like a real true server, it's not as easy as I thought it was. It's not just plug and play. It's not like a black box. What is a black box? They are black boxes, but they're not black boxes that just turn on and work. Ah, sweet. Thanks, Sam. I'll show it to you. I'll show you my setup too. Yeah, if anybody can help, I'll put a video on. I'll put a live stream on, like with a phone or something, and show you what I got going on. Because it's a fucking disaster. It is. It's a pure fucking disaster. Yeah. Well, in my eyes, it's a pure disaster. Anyways, that's where I'm at right now. I'm like, just like, it feels like a long string of, I can't get just one win, and I just want one tiny win. Like, I plugged this in and it worked. I'm not getting that. Right. And dude, here's the other crazy part. So at one point when I was doing the camera, I thought maybe the Elgato was bad, and that is a black box that you just plug and play. There's like no way to test it. So I went down that rabbit hole. Like, how do you? And then like, no, there's no issues with this HD, this H60, and the Elgato cam was fine. These are like Elgato E60s are video cards, external video cards. I don't know if you know what those are, but half of you are like, "What's this guy talking about?" And the other half of you are like, "This guy doesn't know what he's talking about." We just get right down there, maybe. We just send it all the way down. Close all that bullshit out. I'm getting a little greedy here. All right, I got to ease up with how long it's going to take to get down there. We'll go a little bit easier here. We'll just target just this one. It's going to take us a while. It might take us all week to get down there. Yeah, exactly, Bad Kitty. Yeah, that's a fair point too, huh, Booga Booga? Yeah. I thought of it more from the perspective of, I think of it from the perspective of my camera in particular. Like, it works and now it doesn't work, and why does it not work? And the fact that it was more of a jiggle thing than anything. I think that was the one that killed me. And plus, there were known issues exhibiting these same, or supposedly there's known issues with this camera that exhibit the same behaviors as the what was going on with my camera. And this known problem with this camera is you turn it on to take a video or a picture and it shuts off. So what it was doing was I would like turn the stream on and it would just shut off. And what it was losing contact from the battery and not from the shutter problem. Okay, what else we have here? U.S. Trade Representative Greer, we excluded pharmaceuticals and semiconductors from reciprocal tariffs because we think they need their own investigations. What else we have here? CF Industries halted, forms joint venture with Jarrah Company and Mitsui and Company for the construction, production, and offtake of low-carbon ammonia. Broadcom 7.8% higher on overall tech strength than yesterday's announcement of $10 billion share repurchase program. Still kind of just consolidating here. Not quite consolidation. Not quite distribution yet. SPOO's still trying to consolidate here to go higher. I don't really trust it, to be honest with you. We'll see if they can catch this last high maybe and this one before a roll. I don't like being here for a higher trade, even if we do. I do want you to see this target up here. You see that one right there? That's that prior high that's sitting here. I want to show you one more thing. There are known buyers. Let me show you this really quick here too. I do want to show you these two things right here that are important to note. This is still local support right here. I want to show you like the importance of the mechanics of all of this stuff. So your local support is right here, right? This is like your intraday support. This is where your resistance is up here. And you basically, the simplified version of this is you've got buyers attempting to go higher, hold the high, get a new high to close the gap. Does that make sense? Meanwhile, you've got a bunch of supply here, right? Sell, sell, sell. And the real buyers, like this is local intraday support, but sorry about that. The real support is lower. This is where like your big buyers are, right? The people that mean business. And I'm actually lower. I'm like, oh, you want some real buyers? They're really down here, in my view. Now, the buyers that are down here, this would be like your weekly strong buyers. This is your market buyers down there. And you got like bulls trying to hold on right now. I mean, what do you really want to hold on for? You want to hold on just to be told, no, we're going down here? Yeah, I get it. I get you don't want to give it up. So we could get some squeezing. There could be a moment of more squeezing up here. And then to ping down below. And then down here. And so that translates to, you see that red bar up there. This is your local support. Here, I'll draw this in. Or the local support is right here. I guess that's on the front here. So how I want to describe this to you, trying to visualize this for you. Here's local support, okay? We're below it right now. I want you to pay attention to this this prior high right here. And what are buyers trying to do? They're attempting, right? Like, I want to get up here, bro, and I want to take out that prior high, and now I'm back testing local support to close the gap up on high, right? So bulls aren't there right now. They're not there. We don't have a new high. We don't have a back test, and we're not going higher as of yet. So they're fighting for it currently. Bro, higher, baby, right? Now, we're not in local support. I think you're going lower personally, close all these gaps, and to find at least a weekly support to the downside. So right now it's in the bear's court. If you think we're going higher to close those gaps on high, you want to see something more constructive. You would literally want to see. I'm going to delete this because they're not bulls are not in control right now, in my view. But I want you to see that you'd want to see like this high, and then a back test of this local support for continuation. Okay, something like that. I don't like this being support, to be honest with you. I don't like all these gaps down below. Look at this trigger map to get your full screen together. Let's be honest. Let's be honest down here. You got gap city galore down here. I'd even feel better with just this sweep here. Just that sweep here would even make me feel better. And let me show it to you even more simply. I mean, look at this fucking gap down here. Look at that giant ass gap. I would still like to see that one taken out. To even attempt this up here. There's better footing over here. Buyers down below. I'll take a quick break here and go potty. Buyers still no high. I got to give it to them, though. They are making an attempt for it. Maybe we get the late day rally. Let's just look at this closely one more time. That prior high there. We need to see that one, and this one right here. This is what you would need to see to turn it around. That would be the bear trade right here. Still think the way is lower here. Or I shouldn't say that. Shouldn't say I think that it's lower. I just like the lower trade better. I'd have more confidence lower than I would here. But they are building it out. They're trying. Bulls are trying to build out some consolidation, but I just don't believe it. Give me like 5 minutes, take a quick break, and I'm back with you guys in just a few. It's 12:06. It's Wall Street lunchtime coming up. I'll be back in just a few moments here. I'm going to put the news squawker back on for you. It's Jover. I just read that. Fake news tweet. Yeah, I think we're going lower here.
According to National Retail Federation survey, Americans plan to spend $23.6 billion on Easter this year, up from about 5% from 2024. Ed Scoresby says tariffs are much more than what we had been modeling, speaking in an Illinois public radio interview. Adding businesses report uncertainty and anxiety on tariffs. Fed has to take the longer view, not like the stock market, which is volatile. We have posted out the link of where Fed Scoresby is speaking on the public radio, which we can listen to. Greer says I don't trust economists' prediction of tariff inflation because there was no inflation during Trump's first term. Goolsby says disagreement on how quickly or how much tariff increase will get passed to consumers. So again, saying there's a disagreement on how quickly or how much tariff increase will get passed to consumers. Goolsby said that it could lead to bankruptcies of suppliers. Again, firms disagree on how much tariffs can be passed on. Goolsby says that we can't wait for GDP data to find out an investment impact. Also, according to AP News, Keystone oil pipeline in North Dakota shut after rupture. Goolsby adds that it's not obvious how the Fed would react to negative supply shock. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. So just keeping an eye on the S&P 500 and seeing a tiny bit of downside movement as Fed's Goolsby speaks. Goolsby says sentiment measures are almost cratering, and that's a concern. So again, sentiment measures are almost cratering, and that's a concern. The relationship of sentiment to spending isn't as strong as before. Gorsby says businesses are also aren't going to invest when it's not clear what the rules are. Italy to raise defense budget to 2% after US demands EU step up. S&P 500 and Nasdaq hit session lows, last up about 1.8% each. Goolsby says anxiety that high inflation will return. There's anxiety that high inflation will return. Seeing here, Alphabet and Microsoft quickly pair gains on Democrats' probe. Democrats probe Google and Microsoft over AI partnerships. Says Warren and Wyden cite Anthropic open AI partnerships. Nasdaq 100 pairs gains to session low of 1.9%. That concludes comments from Goolsby. According to diplomatic sources, second round of Russia-US consultations to take place on April 10th in Istanbul. Remember, we did have some earlier headlines, just getting wider notation. So S&P 500 also pairs gains to session low of 1.7%. Just a final thing that came through from Gorsby, that tariffs on intermediate goods can damage industry. Greer says that we're willing to discuss how to implement a ban of imports of uranium from China. Maloney says she'll be in Washington April 17th to discuss tariffs with Trump. So an early headline is just according to a source that Maloney will head to the US to negotiate tariff relief directly with Trump. Greer says Commerce Department is considering whether Section 232 critical minerals investigation is needed. Also, Maloney says Italy's government plans to use 14 billion euros in EU post-COVID funds to help firms cope with negative impact of US tariffs. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. Italy's government plans to use 11 billion euros in cohesion funds to offset impact of US tariff policy. So again, that's Maloney speaking there.
Seen from a Fox source on X, citing the White House press secretary, saying 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern Time because China has not removed its retaliation. The 104% additional tariff will be collected starting tomorrow, April 9th.
just a note here. Sorry, I was on the phone with an IT guy just then. I can't believe I'm here now. I want to cry because like just return everything and get ubiquity. I'm like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing then. All right, so just a warning to you that the news wires, like the news really doesn't matter. The news doesn't matter, right? We just look at it for inflection points. Just a warning to you that Fox source on X saying the White House press secretary says 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern Standard Time.
White House press secretary says 104% tariffs went into effect on China. Additional tariffs will be collected starting April 9th.
104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern Standard Time because China has not removed its retaliation. Trade war heating back up again. And another additional 104% tariffs going on against China, effective April 9th. Or the additional tariff will be collected starting tomorrow, April 9th. That would be at midnight tomorrow on Wednesday. So we get the original tariff on Monday and then the reciprocals tomorrow night. But I think this was already known, but it's being picked up here as a reason for downside in the market. You can see that we're blooding down to the downside now. Just note, though, that most of this is expected. They're just picking up on this negative news as a reason for the market to go down. Now blasting down, trying to trade this last gap here at 508.24. The gap being closed right now on SPX Gamma. We warned you to get out up here, remember?
Just a reminder with leverage.
Told you we'd go down here and party to the downside. I want you to know something, though. Do not trust these buyers down here at all, okay? You want to be able to see. Okay, is my camera still working? God damn right. So I want you to realize something here, that you don't just go all willy-nilly, like, oh, yeah, we're going to buy the dip right here, we're out of here, or we're going to buy the dip right out of here. Remember what I showed you about this deeper cut. We could easily blast through here, not recover, and not go back up again. You always want confirmation that we're at a bottom.
So we have posted out the video on the Financial News feed. Again, leverage speaker 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
We'll have a video live for you at 1 o'clock. Levitt scheduled to speak. Oh, God. I gotta listen to her talk. I don't want to do it, Daddy. She's like my nightmare fuel. Like Trump, I can kind of get through Trump. Levitt, though, with the fake reporters and shit, I can't do it. You don't want to get on my bad side. Like, oh, God. It's Press Secretary Karen. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to switch to Ubiquity. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go to from Asus router and TP-Link. We're going to just get rid of it. You know what I should send that stuff to is I should send the router to David. Because it's a good router. My router is fucking kind of cool. But for what it's needed for, what I need it for, I should call David and see if he wants it. So we got Press Secretary Karen coming out here in a little bit at 1 p.m. I don't know if she's early or late or not. Blasting to the downside. Just note that you're going to get buyers right here. You're going to get another, you're going to get a reaction of some kind in here. So just consider this right here, part of this. This is actually part of this right now.
100 pairing gains to
As soon as we tag this right here,
500 pairing gains to about 1%.
God, this market fucking sucks. Up 300 points, down 500 points. Fucking classic fucking bear market. So, like fucking, or deep negative gamma, I should say. Even if you catch a bounce right here, though, we should continue to sell as my point. Just note that there should be a reaction on 5,100. There should also be a reaction lower at 50-50. But I'll tell you what, boys and girls, we got 4,800 on tap or 480 on SPY. Believe that. 480. Maybe like 82 or 85, but we're targeting that shit. We're trading right now 508, so you've been warned. You know where Captain Jim James' used call lot is, and it's way fucking lower. We would need to see some constructive bottoming. If it takes all week, it takes all week, but I bet we can get there sooner than you think. I know, Terry. I told him, Terry.
Taking a look at the VIX. It was at about 41.76, currently at around 55.28 as volatility increases.
Trading 5,100 right now. Karen Jean Pierre. Oh my God! Can you imagine having a girlfriend like her? I've dated girls like her. They're like right on the fucking. They're hot and crazy. Just like nope, too much. No. I can only take small doses of this. Oh God, Terry, that's terrible. Yeah. I dated a girl, dude, when I was younger. I dated this one person. I'm not gonna say like woman, but I dated this one woman when I was younger. She was like, it was fucking just pure pandemonium. It was pure fucking pandemonium. Like, it was the kind of girl that you'd like take anywhere and men would start hitting on her all day long. It just never ended. She was fucking crazy as fuck. Brought so many nightmares into my life. Yep. Press Secretary Levitt up at 1 p.m. It's about to start ripping faces off. Did you see what JD Vance said about China? I'm like, oh God, please don't let Levitt say that stuff today. I'm like, you don't say that stuff publicly unless you want to start fighting, right? Then you guys see that stuff. I'm not going to repeat what he said. I mean, I'm pretty anti-China myself, but I wouldn't say that stuff publicly if I was the VP.
500 now up 0.7%.
Those are fighting words.
And Dow up 1.1%.
SPUs with a little bit more gap to close to the downside here.
White bounce, anyone?
See if we can get that pain trade down there. Again, watch out for a quick spike higher. So we got this tag right here. So here's our first one. We got the first one down right there. We got the second one down right here. There it is right there. Now you're going to expect a bounce right up in here. Oh, yeah, baby.
It's total $9.7 billion.
I want to make sure I have this right here. Hold on. Monday at 4 p.m. Woo.
Protect your trades from.
We're right there right now.
Financial Juice Pro. Now only 99.
There's a little bit more grind. Right where this yellow, right where this thing is right here.
Briefly turns negative.
Right down there somewhere. This turns into red now. That's all about Levitt. Let me switch all this over here. One quick second here. I've got her lined up, ready to rock. Oh, God, I saw the Panikins thing, too. I saw the Panikins thing.
The nation's action, and we can't take a position on this now.
I saw that, Sam. I saw the Panikins. That was great. And I saw the other ones that were said, too. They had, like, I don't remember what those ones were, but I saw the Panikins, that Trump tweet. Gyna. What did Vance say? He used the P word. I think it's like 8 or 10 letters. Oh, man. Watch the squeeze. There are buyers on 5100. Be aware, there are buyers on 5100. All we got to do is smother him with a pillow. Just got to choke him out a little bit. Just got to smother him. Somebody get rid of that polyester pillow, and someone bring me the goose feather pillow so I can strangle out these buyers at 5100. What did he say? What's the best way to describe what he said? I don't want to say it on the stream. Yeah, I'm very anti. You guys have always known, even though I'm a Democrat, you guys know that I'm like this weird nationalist. I realize what China's doing. I think everybody does. I don't think that's really a point of contention. Even if you I disagree with the way things are being done. But not everything that's being done, if it had been done correctly, in my view, I would have been against. And you guys I've told you guys all this stuff. You guys have heard me nonstop for years at this point.
Just away from the top of the hour, expecting the White House press briefing with Levitt. The video is out on the feed. And we're also expecting the US 3-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.7 and a prior high yield of 3.908%, and the US looking to sell $58 billion of the 3-year notes. So it's looking at some research then. So latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short $2 million 2 million 5-year note futures, the most on record, on a possible source of covering demand. And also
I do want you.
Treasuries have unwound an early bid into early session, which had left yields cheaper by 3 to 5 basis points across the curve as concessions start to rebuild ahead of the $58 billion 3-year note sell. So this week's supply also consists of $39 billion in 10-year and $22 billion 30-year reopenings Wednesday and Thursday. Today's sale comes amid a backdrop of Fed policy uncertainty, potential response to tariff impacts on economic growth.
That's what I was going to tell you.
90 basis points of rate cuts remain priced in by December FOMC, and a full quarter point cut is priced into the June meeting.
So I don't know if you guys understand all of this stuff here. Some of you do, but some of you don't. When we're talking about this, how do I I got to make this simple here. Let me make this fair. I think some of you guys understand this, and some of you guys have a deep understanding of this, but a lot of you don't understand the bond market at all. I get that. A simplified, dumbed down, crayon eating explanation here is this. Whenever we get tariffs, any tariffs, 25%, 20, 10, don't matter. The idea or the economic thesis behind tariffs, right, in terms of bills and bonds, right, you have a one-time hit. Theoretically, you have a one. Now you can go overboard, which is where we're at. So you have if you, let's say, get a tariff, right, and they're not that bad, you get a one-time hit to GDP and inflation. The thesis would be that that one-time hit is absorbed, passed on, or fixed. So an idea behind this would be a company. It's really simple, right? Like a company, or we get a tariff, let's say, right? 10% tariff on China. That company, the producer in the company, are going to do all they can to pass that along to you. They want to be the laziest they possibly can. Watch out for a squeeze here. I'm going to explain more about this in a minute. But the idea being that the companies are lazy as fuck. I'm going to simplify it for you. They just want to pass it along. You people are going to say, fuck you, no. So they have to find like a new supplier, or they got to find a way to get the original supplier to eat it, the country to eat it, the producer to eat it, or you to eat it. Or if they're going to eat it, they have to find new suppliers, things like that. But it all tends to work out in the end, right? One way or another. So that's why they can. The thesis here is you get a one-time hit to GDP one time, and then you get a one-time hit to inflation. Inflation is no longer sticky. How?
For CNBC, in response to the headline, Press Secretary Levitt saying 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern time because China has not removed its retaliations, and the 104% additional tariff will be collected starting tomorrow, April 9th.
Be extremely careful here.
Not true.
Like some kind of like violent up and downside move for liquidity could happen.
From Fox News, Edward Lawrence, who said the original quote that White House Press Secretary says 104% additional tariffs went into effect at noon Eastern time because China has not removed its retaliation, and the 104% additional tariff will be collected on starting April 9th month.
So I want you to think about this in this construct, okay? Your 3-year, your 3-month, your 3-month, your 6-month, your 3-year, your 5-year bills are gonna, or your initially, let's say you get 10% tariffs, like your 3-month and 6-month bills should be paying for this stuff.
Do we get the 3-year note auction, and also Press Secretary Levitt speaking at 1 p.m. Eastern time?
As we crank these tariffs up, you're then looking a little bit farther out in time, 3-year and 5-year, to cover these increased, even more tariffs. Then you're looking at the longer end of the yields, right? 10-year, 20-year, 30-year. Are they okay with these tariffs? Do they believe or not believe that they're going to send us into a recession? So they're like different. They're different signposts along the way. So these increased tariffs, you want to watch what this yield is today, on this 3-year. You could see some wild-ass moves here. The 10-year was looking good this morning, saying, no, we're not going into a recession. That's way down the road, right? And the 3-month and 6-month bills were doing a really good job at fighting the transitory and non-sticky.
According to an official, just probably making clarification now to what was originally said. So they say additional China tariffs to start at midnight, April 9th. And the US is moving forward with 104% China tariffs. So it's clarification, an official, US official saying that now.
I want you to think about on every time frame, what is the bond market telling us? Is the bond market telling us that it's transitory? Is it persistent? Is it not? And as we increase this trade war, what bills are we looking at to fight the impacts of that quote unquote possible one-time or not that one-time hit to GDP or not one-time hit to GDP or inflation? And these bills and these bonds are telling us what the bond market thinks about all of this information as this unfolds. Now, I'll have her on at 1 p.m. We have a 3-year bill coming out at 1 p.m. as well. And there's one more point to this I want to talk to you about, okay? I don't really care what your politics are about this stuff, but I want you to, if you're a market participant, I want you to look at this stuff for what it really is. And there's more to this story that they're not telling you, and it really is taxes. You can just, it's 2 minutes. You can spend 2 minutes. You go on Google and you find out, hey,
Do you want to stay up to date?
how many households make more than $360,000 a year?
Sign up today and
Forget, put your politics aside, just as a trader.
for a year.
You got to think about
for the price of 1 month and save
like 3 important things. The first thing you have to realize is that if these tariffs escalate and become sticky and there's no resolution,
companies are expected to report 4.4% rise in Q1 revenue versus 4.2% rise seen a week ago.
if we're going to fundamentally change our economy, and there's no way back from that, no way, where Democrats are quietly on board for this change, regardless of how it happens. If you look back on tariffs from modern presidencies, if you look back at all of modern presidents, none of them have rescinded tariffs. Some have altered those agreements, but none have rescinded, no matter what political power was in or political party was in power, like doing the dirty work, right? I'm not the bad guy, he is, but I'm not taking it away either. If you fundamentally change our economy,
When issued for the 3-year note auction, and also Press Secretary Levitt is due to speak at 1 p.m. Again, video is out on the feed.
where we have a real, true, strong dollar, you're going to see the market go down significantly. When you see people that tell you, when you guys see like a top line on a day chart on SPY, and you go like, do you guys understand? Like, look at this really quick. I'm going to simplify this for you. If you got SPY going up on a daily basis, and you got a line up here, and you go, bro, it's going to go down,
Companies have critical
and it
foothold
doesn't, it goes up,
raising the risk of espionage.
breaks out and starts doing this kind of stuff over the years, that's because of the cheapness of the dollar. You understand? The cheapening of the dollar.
So the one issued
When markets go vertical, right? It's because we are printing money. If you look back on the 1950s and 60s, we followed like this.
Treasury one issued 3.760%.
Just like that. We didn't do this stuff over here.
$1 auction.
This is like simplifying things for you. But we have other concerns here, right? Taxes. So I want you to like process 3 or 4 things going on. I want you to process.
Losses to trade at session lows.
I want you to process in your brain the idea that if you make a stronger dollar through an economy that changes, prices are going to be cheaper because the dollar is more valuable theoretically. Number 2, you have tariffs. And if tariffs start cranking, what happens? What happens? Those inflation hits are huge. Those GDP hits are huge. That's bad for the market. And then there's the last part, and that's taxes. And if you look at our tax plan that we're proposing to pass, it hits the majority of Americans hard. Whether you agree or disagree with this,
China did not build and will not weaponize Panama Canal.
these are instant hits to your paycheck. When you have someone that's wealthy, right? Someone that's worth 20, 30, 40 million dollars, 100 million, fuck you money, 150 million, their wealth goes down. But that's not what you do and I do. You get a check on Friday, you go to work,
Also, the US will take back canal from Chinese influence.
you work at Walmart, let's say, and you make, I don't know, 700 or 500 a week, let's call it nice and even. Or it makes, let's say you make 1,000. You probably don't. Let's say you make 1,000. These are, and you're like, I got a budget. I pay my car off, my rent off, my insurance off.
47.
I pay 20%, 15%
7.84%.
for income tax.
And allotting 38.62%.
And you got to think, and I'm not in the stock market. I don't have a retirement fund. I'm not rich and wealthy.
Direct 6.24% and indirect 73.03%.
You're taking an immediate fucking hit. Your spending power is now less. And then you're talking about your taxes going up. And then you're talking about slowing down an economy. You understand what I'm saying here? And this is like most of America. So you got to be a realist about that kind of stuff. It reprices equities. $480, Damien. $480. Bert, I missed everything you were saying, but whatever you're saying probably sounds pretty cool. You mean your $30,000, your $20,000 iPhone? You got it. You got it, Ang. You know what how that impacts you is way different than how it impacts someone that's wealthy. You know, it's like a scoreboard when you're wealthy, but when you're not wealthy, you live on that budget every week. That's real shit. Like, that's real shit. You know what I mean? If you're wealthy, your wealth goes down. You still pay your bills. You still get to do things wealthy people get to do. When you're a regular American, I don't care what your political party is. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, MAGA. That hits you. You can't deny that. You have to accept that, especially if you're in the stock market. You have to understand that that's real. That is real. Those are things that people, if this doesn't fix itself in the next few weeks and you get a paycheck every week, you're going to feel it. You're going to be sitting here going, well, it's not going to hit me. I'll slow down my spend. But then you forget that you're spending in these little places, right? Like little gremlins, sucking it up, sucking it up, sucking it up. I was at the grocery store this weekend.
So we're still waiting on Levitt to speak.
I was at the grocery store this weekend, and I told my wife, I said, they're really pushing this shit. And I was like, our grocery bill is up 30% right now. And she's like, no, it isn't. She's pointing out individual products. Let me explain the insidiousness of this. She's like, that's not up 30%. That's not up 30%. And I said, let's look at the whole bill here. So we went through the entire bill together, and I'm pointing out things that are up substantially. And I explained to her, I said, you know that if you're smart and you're a scientist and you work for a company like Aldi, you're the guy that says, okay, their bill will be 30%, but I'm going to say no increases here, major increases here, medium increases over here, so that by the time that person goes home, they are now at an average of 30%. And then if you refuse to buy one of those products, you're like, oh, you know what? The price of Coca-Cola has gone too high. I'm not buying it. There's a smart guy or woman that goes, okay, we're going to drop the price of Coke, and then we're going to raise the price of flour this week. And so you go back to the grocery store the next week, and your bill is still up 30%. There are very intelligent people that just want the average from you. Really. So if you're not paying attention, you're like, well, I don't see it. That's the insidiousness. That's where you don't think that that's actually happening. You're walking through your day-to-day life, and you're saying, this isn't going to happen to me. I just went to the grocery store, and my fucking flour was the same price. But your bill is actually higher. And it's like insidious greedflation that never ends. Yeah, you bears like that, don't you? You fucking bears out there are like, oh, God, feed it to me. Bears like, oh, just like bathe me in it. Exactly. It's exactly how it happens. It's insidious. It's like the shell game, right? Oh, it's over here. Nope, it's over there. Nope, it's over here. Nope, it's over there. And so you're constantly having to monitor. There comes the blood, baby. I'll tell you what, though, if you look at the, I've got the pressers now live, by the way. That's that noise you can hear in the background. And you know that Levitt, you know that White House Karen ain't, rarely is it a positive thing. Just rarely. Target to the downside, 503. Next target below that, 500. And then we've got 482 looming to the downside. 480 is the target. 480. Marshmallow eggs have gone down, though. The price of marshmallow eggs have gone down significantly.
Levitt has taken the stand.
I'm chugging vodka right now.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I got my vodka and an orange juice bottle for you guys.
I have a few announcements off the top today. On April 14th, President Trump will welcome President Bukele of El Salvador for an official working visit here at the White House.
Stay positive.
Just confirming on April 17th, Trump will welcome Maloney to the White House. Please, Pierre Maloney.
They will discuss El Salvador's partnership on using
Stay positive, Space Karen.
and MS-13 gang members and how El Salvador's cooperation with the United States has become a model for others to work with this administration. On April 17th, President Trump will welcome Prime Minister
Keep it cool.
Maloney of Italy for an official working visit at the White House as well. The president's
We pound some more vodka.
With the families and communities experiencing devastating loss from the severe storms and flooding affected several states across the central U.S. President Trump approved emergency declarations for Arkansas, Kentucky, and Tennessee, allowing FEMA to provide federal assistance like equipment and resources to support state and local emergency response officials who are leading this response on the ground. Last night, the Supreme Court delivered a massive legal victory to the Trump administration and allowed us to continue removing foreign terrorist invaders under the Alien Enemies Act. This was a smackdown to a rogue left-wing, low-level district court judge who have relentlessly tried
Low rent judge.
using his core constitutional powers as head of the executive branch and as commander-in-chief. The highest court in the land made it clear that the President of the United States has the power to protect our homeland and forcibly remove foreign terrorists who pose a grave threat to families and communities. Thank you to the Supreme Court for upholding the rule of law and protecting the Constitution. Our message to the monster Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorists still hiding illegally inside our country is clear. Deport yourself now, or you will be locked up and sent back to your home country. On another matter, the historic Liberation Day announcement last week by President Trump made it very clear that the era of American economic...
Look at them hold the market here as she talks. They're just like, fucking sell it.
American workers and companies to be ripped off at the hands of foolish trade practices that shipped away millions of high-paying jobs and hollowed out communities across the country. It's America first, all the way. And despite fear-mongering by the media, the world is clearly responding to President Trump's approach.
White House's Levitt says
Just
Netanyahu
yesterday,
pledged to
President Trump
eliminate
held a
U.S. trade
bilateral
deficit.
meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here at the White House. The Prime Minister pledged to immediately eliminate America's trade deficit with Israel and remove their trade barriers. Israel's proactive approach should serve as a model for the rest of the world. Also yesterday, the president spoke with Japan's Prime
SP
Minister,
500
who wants
turning
to
negative,
negotiate
raising
as
gain
well.
of as much as
The president
4.1%.
also spoke to the acting president of South Korea this morning. He has tasked Secretary Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer to lead these talks. In total,
Levitt
since the
says
Liberation
nearly
Day
70
announcement,
nations
nearly
have reached
70
out
countries
to
have
begin
already reached out
negotiation
to the
over U.S.
president
tariffs.
to begin a negotiation. Countries are falling over themselves to reform their unfair trade practices and free open their markets to our country. Why? Because these countries greatly respect President Trump and the sheer power of the American market. These countries realize they've gotten filthy rich over the past few decades by imposing substantial tariffs on American-made products and ridiculous non-monetary barriers to block out American industry. The jig is up. Past American presidents sat by and let this happen.
The jig is up.
Levitt
He is
says
saying
that
no more.
Trump has
President
asked
Bessent has been
Bessent
simple
and
consistent
Greer
from
to
the
lead
beginning.
discussions.
Countries around the world, bring us your best offers, and he will listen. Deals will only be made if they benefit American workers and address our nation's crippling trade deficits. America does not need other countries as much as other countries need us, and President Trump knows this. He's going to use the leverage of our markets and our country to the advantage of
Levitt
the
says
people
deals
he
will
was
be
sworn in
made
to
if they
represent.
benefit American workers
On
and
the other
address
hand, countries
trade
like
deficits.
China, who have chosen to retaliate and try to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break, and America will not break under his leadership. He is guided by a firm belief that America must be able to produce essential goods for our own people and export them to the rest of the world. A strong America cannot be solely dependent on foreign countries for our food, medicines, and critical minerals. And America must always maintain a robust defense supply chain. Reprioritizing and strengthening our manufacturing industry are essential national and economic security issues of the utmost importance to President Trump. By focusing on supercharging the onshoring of American manufacturing, the president is already delivering on his promise to usher in an economic golden age for our country. Just look at Friday's jobs report, which smashed expectations for the second straight month. The American economy added 228,000 jobs, nearly 100,000 more jobs
S&P
than
500
economists
flat,
predicted,
Dow
and the
up
fourth
0.5%
highest month for
and Nasdaq
private
down
payroll growth in the
0.2%.
past 2 years. There was
Again, this
also
is
a
just
sharp
in
increase in
regards to the White
transportation,
House saying additional
construction,
tariffs on
and
China to go in
warehousing and
effect
employment.
April 9th.
And in just
She's like, I'm going to so be the governor of Alabama.
more than $1.5 trillion
Can't wait.
in private sector investment. This is $500 billion more than Joe Biden secured in his entire term. This record-breaking private sector investment will create roughly 350,000 American jobs and counting. If you add up all of the investment pledges from foreign governments, President Trump has secured an incredible $5
Surely expecting the
trillion
Fed
in
reverse
total investments
reappropriation.
already. In the months ahead, President Trump's pro-growth economic agenda will be fully realized. The largest deregulatory effort in American history is underway. Unnecessary, burdensome, costly red tape is being eliminated by this entire federal government every day, driving down costs and massively boosting small businesses. So far, President Trump's deregulation
A note here that the 5-minute is crossing the hourly and half-hour trigger. Could see another squeeze here.
per family of 4. The president's drill baby drill energy agenda, which he will discuss later this evening in the East Room, is capital.
No new low below the pivot point just yet at 5:03.
Generate more more affordable
Yen
electricity, cheap
rallies
gas,
1%
and
today's
quality new
high
jobs.
of about
All of this will combine to
146.30 per
end
US dollar.
the Biden-imposed cost of living crisis that's absolutely crushed American families. Under President Trump,
Neil
the
Felix said
American energy industry will lead the globe
$156.911
over the
billion
next century,
of
delivering
the
lower prices and
$156.911 billion
significantly
submitted
strengthening
at
our
the reverse
country's economic
appropriation. So
position.
34 counterparties
At the
take that
president's
there.
direction, Republicans in Congress are working quickly to pass one big, beautiful bill, which will also include the largest tax cut in American history. As President Trump has said, the House must pass this budget resolution quickly. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jasmine Wright, the White House reporter for Notice.
Just a heads up,
Notice
Carney,
is a nonprofit
PM
and
Carney from
nonpartisan
Canada,
news
currently
site
speaking
which
live in a
launched
news
early
conference. We'll
2024.
get a video up,
They've
we can
gained
find one.
millions of
Should be
readers
able to
across
find
the
one.
country since. Newsroom's goal is both to inform readers and train the next generation of politics and policy journalists. They also partner with state newsrooms to give local communities more knowledge of what their representatives are doing in Washington, D.C. With that, please kick us off, Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Caroline. A couple questions for you. The first one being, can you explain the White House's evolution from this is not a negotiation on tariffs to countries should pitch us and start negotiations on tariffs?
As the president said yesterday, Jasmine, both things can be true at the same time. And it is a non-negotiable position that the United States has faced a national security and economic crisis because of the unfair trade practices by countries around the world. As for the president, I have maintained this position. The entire administration has always said that President Trump is willing to pick up the phone.
We have posted out the video
and
on the
president
feed
met with
for
his
Carney.
trade team this morning, and he
Levitt says
directed
Trump
them to
met with
have
trade team on
tailor-made
Tuesday morning.
trade deals with each and every country that calls up this administration to strike a deal. And listen, and each and every one of these trade deals should be tailored and unique based on that country's markets, based on that country's exports, the imports here in the United States of America. What
Swiss
makes
franc
the most
rallies
sense for
1%
the
today's
American
high
worker
of
and
about
for our industry? The president is
0.8504
focused
per
on
US
putting
dollar.
America first.
So was the
Also,
evolution
White House's
not,
Levitt says directed team to have
factored in or
tailor-made
determined
trade deals
by kind
with
of
every
the
nation.
tumult in the stock market? Was that not a
Ukraine claiming that they captured two Chinese nationals fighting for Russia.
On day one, we had said that the president will always pick up the phone for other nations and other companies that call this administration. The president always has a listening ear, and it's a non-negotiable fact that America has faced a national security and economic crisis for many decades, and President Trump is just the first to address this.
And then my last question, how will negotiations change how much revenue the White House is planning to make from the tariffs?
Well, that has yet to be seen, but as the president said, the reciprocal tariffs, which will continue to go in effect as these deals are negotiated and ongoing, will generate trillions of dollars in revenue.
Protect
for
your
the United
trades
States.
from
And
macro
this is
headline
twofold.
risk
The
with
president
Financial
wants
Juice
to onshore
Pro.
jobs
Now
here
only
to the United
$99
States
a
of
year
America.
for our
He wants to
real-time
boost our
service.
manufacturing industry. He also wants to tackle these crippling deficits with almost every single country around the world. Jackie.
Thanks, Caroline. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, warned that some of these negotiations might take up to months, that we could be doing this through April, May, and into June, and then you had
And reciprocal
Kevin
tariffs will
Hassett say
continue
it's
to
gonna
go
take
into
a lot for
effect
the president
as
to put
deals are
his
negotiated.
signature on the line, because he wants to make sure there's a good deal for America. Is the president operating on any sort of a timeline or deadline where he wants this completed by?
Well, we always move at Trump speed here at the White House, which is incredibly fast. I know you all know that from covering this White House day to day. The president likes to get things done, but he's very much focused on ensuring that these deals are good for the American worker, they are good for American manufacturing, and again, that they tackle these crippling deficits with these countries. All options are on the table for each country.
White
but
House's
again,
Levitt says
these
all
going to
options
be
are on the table for each
tailor-made
nation.
Deals. They are not going to be off-the-rack deals, as the president has called it, and he has directed his entire trade team to be part of this effort.
Canada's
So that
PM
includes
Carney says
Secretary
latest US
Bessent
tariffs on
and our
Canada's
National Economic
softwood
Director,
lumber
Kevin
are
Hassett, and
unjustified
also
and
includes
misguided.
Secretary Lutnick, Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, Jameson Greer, who was on the Hill today, everybody who was involved in this incredible, fair, reciprocal trade agenda will continue to be involved in negotiating these deals.
And then yesterday, Goldman Sachs put out a research note. It put the odds of a recession at 45% within the next 12 months, up from 35%.
Oh, no, we're doing the recession right now, bros.
No recession.
We've moved that recession trade up from 26 to 25. That's the line that I showed you this morning, where I said you're going to fail the all-time highs, you're going to come back up and maybe get an all-time high. That is the recession trade. You're getting the crash trade next year. It's going to be a fucking mess.
When you talk about how oil prices are down, gas prices are down, egg prices.
You're moving up 27, 26 to 25, 26 in real time right now.
Millions of dollars of investments pouring into this country every day, and we're working hard now on the tariff side of the president's economic agenda. But don't forget, the next side of this is tax cuts, and we're counting on Capitol Hill to get those done, the largest tax cuts in history.
Does that mean that without those tax cuts coming through, that the likelihood of a recession is greater?
No, that's not what I said. I'm just saying be mindful of the whole of government economic.
Yeah, we are. We are mindful.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're talking about the rich. They're gonna give you their money? Fuck no.
The United States, but some of
You're
the
packing up shop?
countries like Madagascar, Bangladesh, with very high levels of poverty. So can you explain how the president wants to correct the deficit with those countries? Is there a plan, for example, to onshore the textile industry that these countries are known because, and just like, can you be specific about those like low income countries?
Well, first of all, the reciprocal tariff rates that were implemented by country were focused on the monetary tariff that those countries have imposed on the United States, but also the non-monetary tariff barriers and the regulations, if you will, that have been put into effect over the years, making it harder for America to export to these countries. These were very carefully crafted numbers. There was also a 10% baseline tariff across the board, as well, as you know. Moving forward, the president
Levitt says
will
Trump will talk to any
country that
nations
picks up the
that
phone
call.
to call, and I can tell you the phones have been ringing off the hook, wanting to talk to this administration, this president, and his trade team to try to strike a deal. And it's because the world knows that they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer. The president has a lot of leverage on his side because he has the best economy and the best country in the world that he leads, and he knows that. And it's about dang time we finally have a president who uses that economic leverage to benefit American workers. And that's what the president is trying to do. Maggie.
Caroline, thanks. Does the president endorse something that Howard Lutnick said on television this weekend, which was that the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones, that kind of thing is going to be moving to the U.S.? Is that how the president envisions manufacturing shifting? And if so, how long would that take, roughly?
The president wants to increase manufacturing jobs here in the United States of America, but he's also looking at advanced technologies. He's also looking at AI and emerging fields that are growing around the world that the United States needs to be a leader in as well. So there's an array of diverse jobs, more traditional manufacturing.
Note here that we're waiting for this to devolve into fighting about China. If that doesn't happen, we'll move higher.
Is that something that he thinks is the kind of technology that can move to the U.S.?
Absolutely. He believes we have the labor, we have the workforce, we have the resources to do it. And as you know, Apple has invested $500 billion here in the United States. So if Apple didn't think the United States could do it, they probably wouldn't have put up that big chunk of change.
White House says Trump believes US has capability to make
The president
iPhones.
has found the world's attention with these tariffs. Is he considering at all potentially holding off on imposing some of them before the deadline, or maybe later, reversing them because he's having these negotiations and having these good talks with other leaders?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday. He said he's not considering an extension or a delay. I spoke to him before this briefing. That was not his mindset. He expects that these tariffs are going to go into effect. And you said something very important.
Levitt says
Elena, in your
that Trump
question.
expects
You said
tariffs
the
will go
president
into
has
effect.
captivated the attention of the world. Absolutely, he has. And it's about time we have a president in the Oval Office who is putting the world on notice and is putting the American people first. And again, is using the leverage of the United States to negotiate good trade deals.
Just a
Deanna.
quick follow-up.
Sure.
There's been some public sparring between Elon Musk and the president's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on some of these tariffs.
Here comes the smile.
To Navarro today as being, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Are you at all, or is the administration, the president, all concerned that this is maybe impacting the public's understanding of these tariffs? It might be messing with the message on it?
No, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their sparring continue.
What?
You guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history, and I think it also speaks to the president's willingness to hear from all sides, that he has people at the highest levels of this government in this White House who have very diverse opinions on very diverse issues, but the president takes all opinions in mind, and then he makes the best decision based on the best interests of the American public. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. On Truth Social today, Trump was talking about one-stop shopping talks with foreign leaders, bringing leaders to the U.S., to Washington, and talking to them about tariffs, but also other topics. So is that part of his strategy to bring the leaders to Washington and trying to get deals, outside of tariffs on foreign policy issues as well?
I think the president, again, is going to have a custom, tailor-made approach to each and every country. And if that means discussions of foreign aid, of our military presence in these countries, how those troops are paid for, come to the table, that could be part of the negotiation in these economic negotiations. But it's the president's economic team who will be leading these. These are tariff and trade
Levitt says Trump thinks the US
yes,
has
they will
workforce
be
to make
one-stop
iPhones
shopping
onshore.
for each and every country. They will be, as the president said again, tailor-made, not off the rack, to each and every country based on America's needs.
And can you
Caroline,
confirm?
how are you? Thank you so
Good.
much, Carol from Lynn's LTV. So President Trump has designated Intraday as a foreign terrorist organization and deported its members while also moving to restrict Venezuela's oil exports. Is the administration preparing additional military or economic actions against Venezuela and the Maduro regime? And my second question is about Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Is the administration have a comment on her decision to go with the liberals and go actually with the trend?
Yeah, I lived in Massachusetts.
This is the same justice that actually
Massachusetts, to Medford. Wait a minute, a Medford 10 is in LA too?
Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett.
Medford girls were always crazy.
Venezuela, the president will do secondary tariffs on the Maduro regime.
I always felt like Boston girls, New York girls were always approachable. LA women weren't. LA women were like, they're a whole different thing. LA was a bizarre place.
We've made our feelings very clear. We believe this was a massive victory.
Medford's better than Quincy?
Because we firmly believe
Quincy had I was always sketched out by Quincy because it was all the
very clear last night.
all the refugees from Southie that thought they had gotten out of the
Nation as part of
These
trade
judges
negotiations.
were acting as judicial
they got out of the projects.
and that's exactly what we saw the Supreme Court do yesterday.
I'm so mean to Bostonian. Or if you ever ask me about Boston, I know a lot about Boston.
Going into effect tomorrow. What's the status of the ERS? When
Go to Quincy, and Quincy used to be like, I'm in Quincy now. I'm in the suburbs. Like, that's not the suburbs. You just escaped the projects in Southie, bro. They are crazy. Medford girls? Hell yeah. Medford and Lowell girls are crazy.
Can you explain why
The batshit. Oh, here we go. Starting to leak right now.
Secretary Hegseth
Starting to leak to the downside.
last week instead of attending himself?
Sure. The Secretary Hegseth was there to represent the administration. The president has expressed his condolences to these families, as have I from this podium. Shelby.
Thank you. The president's trade representative this morning told senators that the president does not intend on carving out exemptions.
I thought it might take all week, but I think we'll do it all today. I'm looking for it right fucking now.
Consider changing that stance should bank
Like, let's do it. Party time, baby.
who are dependent on China trade.
I won't get ahead of the president on any exemptions or his decision on that. I will leave that to him. But again, we're looking at this country by country and based on the needs of the American people and the American workers.
It's going to be wild, guys. I'm going to tell you guys right now.
The tariff plan was decided.
It's going to be batshit crazy. I'm in like full COVID trade right now, like in my brain. I'm like right back to COVID. I'm like, you want to see some fucking wild ass trade? And we're going to do it.
And the president ultimately
like we're so deep in negative gamma right now. Let me show you guys something really quick.
in discussion, and the president made his decision. And as you've seen very publicly, the entire trade team is on board with this plan and the negotiations that will ensue because of it. Sure.
Caroline,
Let me explain to you guys where we are right now.
what is
All else equal,
the administration doing to stop Iran's
right?
terrorist aggression?
We're like right here.
Previous administration.
This is the sea of puts we're in right now. Look at this.
I won't get ahead of the
This is a fucking sea of negative gamma.
with Iran on Saturday. I will
Look at all of that.
details from this podium.
We're not in positive gamma till way the fuck up here. Like, you could claim it's 55, 80.
However, when it comes to Iran, the president has
We're in a sea of it. So you're going to see wild ass moves.
they have a choice to make. You can strike a deal with the president. You
Like, all else equal, this deep in negative gamma,
the president said yesterday if they don't,
we can go up and down in some stupid violence.
there will be grave consequences to pay. To the back row.
White House's Levitt says we see Iran headed in the direction of making a deal.
Tariffs against China by an additional 50% in response to their retaliation. Has he signed anything in terms of an executive order, any documentation around that? Will that additional 50% go into effect tomorrow?
And White House's Levitt says additional tariffs on China to go in effect April 9th.
Tomorrow, yes.
Work on that today?
Of course, as always. To the gentleman in front of you, because that's who I originally called on. Go ahead.
Over the weekend, President Trump said that he would be willing to have U.S. citizens deported to El Salvador with the cooperation of President Bukele. How would that work legally, and how many people would potentially be available for that operation?
So the president has discussed this idea quite a few times publicly. He's also discussed it privately. You're referring to the president's idea for American citizens to potentially be deported. These would be heinous, violent criminals who have broken our nation's laws repeatedly. And these are violent, repeat offenders in American streets. The president has said, if it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway to do that, he's not sure. We are not sure if there is. It's an idea that he has simply floated and has discussed very publicly as in the effort of transparency. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. There's been more reporting coming out now about President Biden's decline while in the White House. Is the White House considering releasing the audio of Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur to the public, which the former president had previously blocked?
I don't have an update on that, but I can certainly check. I think the American people would be quite interested to hear that tape, but I'll double check on the release of it. Thank you. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. On Saturday, during meetings with Iran, President Trump says high-level officials will be meeting directly with Iranian officials. We're hearing some
Levitt
pushback
says
from Iran
Saturday
now,
discussions
so
with
those
Iran
talks
will be direct.
Can you clarify?
They will be direct talks on Saturday, and I won't get ahead of the president on any further details. Jennifer.
Yeah, two things. On the Israel tariffs, can you give us an update on the discussion on relaxing those tariffs? And then I had another question about the Doge team after that.
That discussion is ongoing. I don't have any definitive details to iron out for you here.
And then the president on Thursday told us that there was an incredible
Levitt says discussion on Israel tariffs is ongoing. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
So just a note here right now.
I was calling on the young lady behind you, but I'll come to you after, Ed. Not discriminating here.
The president is meeting today with House Republicans. Can you say who is in that meeting and his message to Republicans that are skeptical of the Senate-passed budget framework?
Sure. The president will be
Levitt says
with,
Trump meeting with
Republican
Republican lawmakers at the White
here
House.
At the White House to talk to them about the framework that the Senate passed. The president was very quick to put out a statement about his support for the reconciliation package that the Senate passed, and he is counting on House Republicans to
S&P
pass it.
500 down 0.2%,
received an
Nasdaq down
overwhelming mandate from the
0.5%,
American
and
public
Dow
to govern.
up
We have an
0.2%.
extraordinary opportunity. There are key promises that the president made to the American people in this bill: tax cuts, securing the border, deregulation, unleashing the might of American energy. These are good things for the American people. The president wants to see this get done, and that's why he's engaging with lawmakers today.
Just a quick follow-up on tariffs. Kevin Hassett said today that the administration is prioritizing talks with Japan and South Korea, other trading partners. Are there other countries on that list that you guys can name publicly that you're having serious discussions with?
Sure. As you have heard from various administration officials, myself included, there have been nearly 70 countries that have reached out to the administration last time I checked. But again, I hear the phones are ringing off the hook. There are foreign leaders who want to fly to Washington tonight and get on a plane to negotiate with this country, which shows you the leverage that the president is using. It shows you the rest of the world needs the United States of America to do business with. Israel, obviously, yesterday, you heard a public statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu. The president has detailed his calls with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. We are going to prioritize our allies and our partners around the world first when it comes
Levitt
to
says
these
we're going to
negotiations.
prioritize allies and partners
divvying
on
them up
tariff
against
discussions.
Tailor-made trade deals around the world.
Ed,
Go ahead.
You
As
mentioned,
promised.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned the 70 countries or so. I'm curious, though, under what conditions at this point would President Trump talk to President Xi about tariffs?
Look, I just spoke to the president about this, and he believes that China wants to make a deal with the United States.
And
He
Trump believes China has to make a deal with the
United
US.
States. It was a mistake for China to.
This is the part. This is the baddie.
When America is punched, he punches back harder. That's why there will be 104% tariffs going into effect on China tonight at midnight. But the president believes that Xi and China want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get that started. And the president also wanted me to tell all of you that if China reaches out to make a deal, he'll be
If China
incredibly
makes a deal,
gracious, but he's going
Trump
to
will
do
be
what's best for the
gracious.
American
That's what
people.
Levis says.
China has to call first.
The Chinese want to make a deal, they just don't know how to do it, but the president will be implementing these 104% tariffs on China tonight.
Under what conditions might he consider lowering tariffs on China at this point?
It would be imprudent of me to tell you those conditions here from the podium. Sure, Gabe.
Thanks, Caroline.
Nothing. This is all selling vol. This is all good right now. We already know this stuff. We just don't want to hear say something like, we'll hit him again. Anything crazy.
Does the administration agree with that?
That's not quite true, Gabe. They said that they are entitled to a habeas petition, and we are going to continue to comply with the law, and we are wholly confident that every single person that has been deported under the Alien Enemies Act, every person that will continue to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act qualifies for that deportation.
NBC News is reporting that the administration is considering drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico. We're citing several officials. This morning, Mexico's president was asked about that, and she said that we reject any of those actions. Your response?
I saw that reporting. I don't want to confirm it from this podium. I don't want to comment on it because I'm not sure, but I would defer you to the National Security Council.
Yeah, they placed the bet on the consumer being that strong. The consumer was that strong.
That she rejects any of that. What would your response be?
But they're not right now. Consumer's fucked.
Mexico's president.
Consumer was great until we started this. Now they're getting bent.
Reversing
The
earlier
relationship
decline.
between President Sheinbaum and President Trump is quite good, and I think both world leaders would tell you that. The president has been engaged directly with President Sheinbaum on a number of different topics, particularly when it comes to clamping down on the Mexican drug cartels, on clamping down on illegal immigration, human trafficking, drug trafficking through our southern border. She's taken significant steps towards doing that, but as for that specific report, again, I'm not going to comment.
Caroline, two questions on trade. First, as a part of these negotiations, is it possible for countries to lower their
Spy trying to turn around right now.
bare minimum that's been set?
Again, I'll leave that to the president to make those determinations, but I can tell you that 10%
Spy sitting on trend too.
negotiations are ongoing.
Got it. And then what is your thinking just as far as low labor cost countries? Like if you've got a country like Vietnam.
Levis
that
says
wants to
10% universal
negotiate, but
baseline
obviously
tariff
they
will
have
go into
some
effect.
advantages in terms of trade, in terms of the people there are not paid as much as American citizens.
There's still a trap higher at 510. So just watch this really quick. I'm going to move this over. Just watch out for a squeeze, but then another move lower over here.
Skills, if you will, different resources.
There's a trap here for bulls higher.
His team will take all of that into
What's really fucked up here, I got to tell you guys, is there's like a trap in here.
Considers changes to China port fee plan after business pushback.
Knows that this president is right when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to
So
trade.
just a quick note here. There's like a trap in here for bulls
Been ripped off by the countries.
where we just park sideways into the end of the day.
President Trump who is saying that.
And unless puts are closed,
Nancy Pelosi spoke.
there can be a trap into tomorrow for lower to trade all this crap down here or after the bell.
China. In fact, Nancy Pelosi said, "How far does China have to go? How much more repression? How big a trade?"
We need to see like constructive moving higher here.
Proliferation has to exist before members of this House.
Do not buy a dip here. You can close puts if you want or hold on them at the end of the day, but don't be getting long here.
Well, President Trump is.
You could briefly if you wanted to.
Years later, Nancy Pelosi can thank President Trump today for the 104% retaliatory tariff that will be going into effect on China.
There's like a target here.
Trump administration is considering softening
It's to the upside, but get out before you get to that $10 and like change.
industries that said the idea could be economically devastating.
Get out before 510 60
delayed implementation and new fee structure designed to reduce.
If you want to get long, 510 60.
Recently defeated
Again,
Democrat
according to
Sherrod
6
Brown said on
sources.
deficits in
510 58.
that our deficit
Get out before then. There's like a trap in here to hold the market hostage.
Last year's record, the trade deficit had cost American workers millions of jobs at the time. These are the words of Democrats years ago It is about time America finally has a president who is taking action to restore those millions of jobs back to the United States of America, to boost our manufacturing industry. He's doing what's right for the American people. It will take a lot of labor. It will take a lot of effort. But that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do. He will be talking about our
Levis says
energy
Trump will
agenda
talk
at
about
3
energy
o'clock
agenda
today
at 3 p.m.
over in the
Yeah, I commented on this yesterday.
bill to unleash the might of our beautiful, clean coal industry in this country, which is a reliable energy source also for AI. There's a great story in Bloomberg today, actually, about the executive
that concludes
order that will be
Levitt's
signed
press
later. So we'll
conference.
see you all there. I'll let the president speak more. We'll see you later. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so a couple quick things. We're going to get rid of this. This was a benign presser, believe it or not. Trigger screen. So I want you to look at this trade higher right now. In this upside trade here into 510. I think I've got it pegged here at 510.67. Something like that. But we got to talk about a few things here. Some mechanical parts to the market here, okay? What you don't want to do is you can take this trade here, but what you don't want to do is get roped in. And they did this last few weeks. You take the trade higher and you get sucked back into the bell. And they roll puts to the downside. Does that make sense? So you reload puts and we blast down either end of day or tomorrow. If you're a bull and you're like, hey, Cap, this is bottom, this is over, just be tactful. So what you'd be looking for as a bull, get rid of that for a minute. You want to see the break above, not this trade right here, but you want to see the trade higher, 514, 512, a nice back test. And you want to see this 1 and 5 minute trigger. Then you can start getting more bullish over here. Does that make sense? You want to see that full move. The only safe trade is right here to right here.
10-year Treasury yield curve steepens to 48 basis points, the steepest since May 2022.
There's your first target right there. You want to get higher than that yellow box. It's right there.
U.S. short-term interest rate futures traders boost bets that Fed will cut policy rate as soon as May.
Watch that target right there, that tag. That's a nice push right there. That's good to see. That's outstanding. The yellow box is gone. It's looking for a pullback now, and this is going to be important here. I want you to pay very close attention to, do we get sucked back down or not? Watch these two lines that I have drawn here. It's very important to see if we're able to escape or if we fail and get sucked back down. There's a pin in here.
Protect your trade.
If we get monetized puts and we go higher here and higher here, you're looking to get that high and this high right here, and then we would come back in and we would be safe for the second leg of the trade up. Fairly benign. You don't want to be looking at that presser as being too aggressive. And we've seen pressers that get out of control. For the rest of today, we have a Fed Daily speaking at 2 p.m. Then tomorrow morning, we get the MBA 30-year mortgage. We get a 10-year note at 1 p.m. tomorrow. So if you're looking for a next place and that next inflection point, 1 p.m. And then we also have the FOMC minutes tomorrow at 2 p.m. You don't have to be hedged on both. All you got to do here is, this is fairly simple. So this is basic trading stuff. Hold on here. It's fairly easy to see this. So this is easy to do for yourself, okay? So this is how simple things are. You mark out your low right here, right? You've got your high right here. It's fairly easy to see. It's like not really rocket science. You're just looking for this new high up here, a successful back test and a start, and this will show you the way higher. We'll start blasting off. You're positioned over here, but you're not long yet unless you're just doing the intraday trade and shit. You know, like I'm going to trade that, I'm going to trade this kind of stuff. It actually wouldn't be that high, it'd be slightly lower. And if you want to get short again, what you'd be looking for would be the failure to catch that new high, and then you just want the one low. That's it, just the one low. And once you get that one low, you're short here, trading that downside move with stops above. It's fairly simple. You don't need to be like long and short same time, all that kind of stuff. It's fairly easy to see. This is bottom right here. This is the top. We start breaking out from the top. We start running. We'll chase this thing all the way up and close all that stuff out. Always think about things like this, like a supply and demand, okay? You got sellers. You got buyers. You're going to find out if we have stronger buyers or if we have stronger supplies. More demand or more supply. So it's fairly easy to see here. And we'll know if we're going to make the next leg down. And we'll also know if we're going to go up here and sweep all this stuff up above. And here's your next thing to be watching closely too. So this is the prior high, right? This is we took out a bunch of prior highs up here. We still have not taken out this one yet. Still here. It's this dotted line up here. So watch this zone right here, right? You got this zone. Oh, sorry. Let me fix that. You got this zone right here, right? You got this zone right here, right? If we break up, bing, we're gonna go test that prior high or this prior high intraday high. Basically, we're gonna test that one. This is the juicy part of the leg. This is where the money is, right here. Make sense? That's like the 90% banger. The prior high is where it ends. This is all FOMO. Make sense? FOMO. This is the banger trade. And then down here, if we get locked in and we're unable to escape, we'll go in here, we'll go a little bit lower, and then we'll start taking out the lows. You'll have more supply than demand, and the real demand is, of course, lower. The real demand is down here. This is where big buyers are, always down here. Now, the one fucky thing is that the rope-a-dope trade, we have to call it something, but the rope-a-dope trade is you think you're going to escape, and they just suck you in for the whole day. And then right around close, we get one more squeeze, maybe some liquidity, but they send us packing to the downside, either end of day, just after close, or even in the overnight. We're just going to park it here. You shouldn't be, unless you're trading like, I don't know, like a fucking 10-second chart or some shit. Like unless you're like high speed, no drag trader, and you're like, I'm taking those ticks, I'm taking this tick, that kind of stuff. There's no real trade for you that's guaranteed, up or down. There's no real trade here for you. Like if you're like a zero-date trader, unless you're really fucking fast. I trade this, but I don't talk to you guys about it, so... mostly because by the time I tell you in, out, you guys are like, oh, I just got in. Like, I just got in right here, bro. I just got in right here. Now they're blasting me down here and, you know, that kind of stuff. And so don't bother. You just want to watch this closely here.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour.
You should, if you're not like Davey Day Trader Badass, you got no trading here. Just chill.
speaks in a moderated discussion on that work of the Federal Reserve in Provo, Utah. No text is expected, but a Q&A is.
Just sweep the fuck out of this. Let's erase that whole fucking move from yesterday would be dopeness. Just sweep that whole thing out. Clear them out, baby. I'd be watching the all the auctions. I'd be watching. I wouldn't even be watching HYG.
Bets in short-term U.S. interest rates.
HYG or like HYG matters right now, but
that the Fed will cut rates in May.
I mean, it is 2-year. It is 2-year fucking shit bonds, but I like the 3-month and 6-month right now. I like the 3 and 5 year, and like the 10-year, 20-year for a whole picture. I guess 2-year helps too. But we're kind of past like it. Well, for current situation, we're kind of past like 3-month, 6-month. We're kind of past the 2-year at this point. We're likely getting some sticky inflation for this year, unless we have some fundamental change. Well, I need to see some fundamental change here. Coal for energy. More coal. Dig, baby, dig. Squeeze it. We got to find out if we're going back down or not. This is the big tell right here. This big red one. This bad boy right here is going to tell you everything. This half-hour trigger, hourly trigger is going to tell you the whole story. Remember that one right there too. I swear to God, the panicins was fucking hilarious. When Trump called Republicans that weren't committed panicins, like, God damn. Talk about whipping your own party into line. Woof. Nice progress here. Low, higher low. Getting tired. Where's my coffee at? I ate a peanut butter and jelly last night when I was awake until fucking 4 a.m. Oh my God, I had a peanut butter and crunchy peanut butter and raspberry jam sandwich on white bread. It was awesome with a glass of like Horizon milk. Oh my, dude. I haven't had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a long time. It was so good. So good. Yeah, I'm not convinced here either. Whoever said that, Gherkin. I'm not convinced here yet. I want to see the high up here. This is super trappy, both sides. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It was so fucking good.
Daily speaking on the economic outlook in a moderated discussion. No text is expected, but a Q&A is.
That was me. It was so gangster. Oh my god. I'm like now I know why kids eat this stuff. Like it was like middle of the night, right? And I'm like, I gotta go to sleep, and I've been up all night long, and I'm panicking and stressed, and like I got my stress levels are all high, and I'm like, I need a peanut butter. And all right, I didn't say that. I actually I saw the white bread, and I'm like, I haven't seen white bread around in a while. And so that I like rifled around, and I saw that they had the crunchy peanut butter out, and then I opened the refrigerator, and I saw the jar of raspberry jam, and I'm like, that's it, we're doing it. It was so good. So good. If you haven't had a peanut butter and jelly in a long time, you get yourself like that cheap white bread. Try to get that. Whenever you buy it, so I tell my kids sometimes, I'm like, whenever you're going to go get white bread, weigh the bags in your hands. You want the heaviest bag you can get. Usually means it's like really high quality crap. You don't want the bag of white bread that doesn't weigh a lot. I haven't said to them in a while, but they had that kind of bread. There's a place in Utah that makes bread called Grandma's, I think. If any of you've ever been to Utah, they make white bread that's like, it's like 50-pound loaf of this beautiful, like really bad for you bread. It was so good. Way better than Wonder Bread. Anyone here from Utah ever had Grandma's bread? It's stupid. It's got to be the best. It's got to be the best shit bread in the United States, I think. I've never had an Uncrustable. Never had one. Are they good?
Dollar Frank.
I like the crust on. I was always a crust eater. I know some people aren't, but I've always been a crust eater. I always like the crust. It never turns green anymore. Yeah, exactly. That's what Winky was just saying. Winky was just saying it's basically you just basically ate cake. That's what he said. Just use angel food cake as the bread, like pound cake, butter pound cake.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then
I've slowed down my bread consumption.
Or Financial Juice Pro.
As I get older, it's bad, real bad for me.
Price of 1 month and save 92%.
Dude, I think it's called Grandma's. Do they really have good? Really, no kidding, Jules. Jules? Have you ever? Let me look this shit up. Maybe, I don't know if I got the stuff right or not. Maybe I'm calling it something wrong. Is it Grandma's bread? Let me look this shit up. I may be telling lies to you. Oh, that's the stuff right there. That's the jam. That's the shit right there, Smash. Dude, that bread right there is like a 5-pound loaf of bread. It's like pure sugar and I haven't seen that stuff in like years.
Remember, no text is expected, but there is
Grandma Sycamores.
Feed for you to watch.
You want to be watching this right here. We're just watching like this red thing right here, and we're watching this green thing right here. That's all we're watching. We ain't making shot calling. We're just gonna watch the price action here. No need.
S&P 500 up.
And we need to reject this first. So this is you're going up here no matter what. You're gonna have to get the rejection to go down.
Trading.
We need to reject this to go lower, in my view.
France's central bank sees Q1 growth of 0.2%, revised from 0.1 to 0.2% previously. And France's economy grew before US unveiled tariffs, is what the central bank says.
Oh my God, I'm like losing my voice. Big question here is, can we trade top of the key? Let's take a look at this together here. Gather around the fire pit here. So it kind of sucks, like, ooh, what was that alert? I just had an alert there. I got to see what that was. Okay. This is why I want the privacy stream, so I can just hop off this stream. I really want the privacy stream. And be like, hey, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go do a stream for just the Discord right now. I can't wait until this shit is ready, so I can just talk to my friends. There's monthly basis. There's weekly basis. We're going to make this quick. I'm going to give you guys expectations here. This one right here. Got that one right there.
According to a CBO estimate, US March budget deficit at $163 billion.
Fairly easy to see. We got gaps to close everywhere up here. See this gap right here? Remember this first gap that's up here? Hold on here. Jeez, look at these dailies. Look at these gaps that need to be taken out here. You got Gap fucking City up here. Gap fucking City, man.
Treasury 30-year yield rises 10 basis points on the day now to 4.72%.
Four hour. Tight air. One hour. Well, well, well. What I want to show you guys here that's important for you to see is line. What is that? No. Yellow and 4. Okay. One. There. That's red. And we got 2 right there. What we got to talk about here is something important. We got to chat about something here. We're going to go over here and look at this right in here. In one quick second here. This is really what I want you to see see this 15-minute chart right here. There's a 15-minute chart. And I want to show you the date. It's not quite danger, but it's kind of danger. So we got this kind of going on right here, okay? Something like that. And I'm going to delete this here in a minute, but I just want you to, or I'll make it really small, but I want you to see, hold on, I want you to see it at least, okay? So this is just traditional charting, fairly easy to see. It's not a big deal. Now, what I want to show you here is this. This is where the danger comes into the market. You've got these lows down here. See these buyers down here? This is 480, 482. And what I want to show you down here is this is the low.
Fed's Daily currently speaking live in a moderated Q&A session.
And the thing that's going on right now is we've broken trend, right? So we've broken trend. There's this idea that I have that we can trade 82. So I'm going to draw this in with a dotted line here. We don't have to do that.
As a reminder for Fed's Daily, again, just taking the first question now. We have got the live video on the feed for anybody.
I got to turn this off for a minute because this guy is pointless to listen to sometimes. He's great, but what I want to talk to you about here is this. We're in a bear market, and we're in volatility. Not a bear market. I keep saying that I shouldn't say that. We're not in a bear market. What I want to explain to you, though, is that we're in deep negative gamma. And so a sweep lower down here is possible. And you flush out, and especially with the market that we're in, this deep negative gamma. So you need to be watching closely this bottom here. Okay. Now, how this would look would be more like this, okay? So down, right? New low. And that's the trade lower, okay? You want to see, though, the new low before you take that trade, okay? If you're going to take that trade, you wait for it, for lack of a better word. You don't just get short here and, oh my God, I was right, woohoo. Because if you take this trade like 10 times, you're going to be wrong. More than you're going to be right. But I have to make a caveat here. With being in deep negative gamma, I assign more probability to this move than I would normally in positive gamma. And because we're in this situation right now, I got to believe that it's possible here, okay? So I want you to just like watch this closely. And you can put a stop down here if you're trying to get long or bullish or whatever. You have stops down here if you're long. Right? And if they blast us down and through and then start making some lows, you're out, right? Take the short side down here for the sweep to go higher. Make sense? That should make sense to you. Now, that's not the preferred trade here, though. That's why it's in dotted. Okay? That's not the preferred trade at this point. And I got to warn you of this again. I'm not done warning you of this. This has been the like setup trade the past, I don't know, month or so. So here's 1600 right here, right? Is that 1600? Yeah. They sweep us underneath, right? And what they're doing is they're loaded to the tits and puts, and then they roll their puts. You get like a squeeze up, and then it's downtown, right? It's been like the rigmarole the past few weeks. So I have to lend some credence to this being a possible outcome. But I want to talk to you about this trade right here, jumping back into trend, and what could possibly happen here. And if we hold this and begin to break out, you see this bar right here, this 1 hour bar. I'll just show this to you closer here. If we're able to break out and get above and just tag this one right here, I want to show you where I think that we're going. And go back to a 1 hour basis here. What I want to show you here is where's Friday? Where's Wednesday? Yeah, it's something just like that right there. There's Wednesday close. What I want to show you here is the important thing for you to understand is we should begin to trade 540 to this upside. If we lose this, though, we sweep the lows to 82. It's still a trade higher to 540 one way or another. Now, I want to show you this. Where are we at? Bottom right-hand side screen. I want to show you where these buyers are. We talked about these buyers earlier. As long as they hold this here, this 50-50, 50-50, the way is higher. So how else do I say this to you would be, you have this prior low here. If you begin to see these lows like this, you got stops here, right? And this is where we go back and sweep all of this stuff down below. And this is where CJJ's used call lot is. Long way down there, right? Way, 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 way down here. So, I don't know if we can actually get that low. I should make this a little bit higher. I don't really care if we make the new low, to be honest with you. It's more of an accumulation zone. This is a better way to describe it. But for now, where is trigger screen? But for now, this is the preferred trade right here. Preferred trade is higher. Fail to get this new high here. That's 517.64. Pull back down, get the hourly and the half an hour trigger underneath you. Then we attack this high right here. I should have drawn this in with a failure point here. But you want to see the new high here. So I'm going to leave that there. So you see that see that right there? You'd want to see our wick go up here. Even though you're going to get heavy selling here, you're just trying to get the new high. And that's because even if you come down here, having beaten that prior high, you'd be expecting to break out and above. I said 540. 540 could take into Friday, so maybe we catch the new high right here. Right? All this doom and gloom over here. You're going to catch sellers over here. There's no way around it. These guys aren't fucking around. And you might see like the swoop lower, like Thursday kind of bullshit, but then we swing high up into this over here, this 540. This is going to be, we're going to take a hit here. Let me redraw this again. Let's look at it from this perspective instead. How about we get the new high? Slam back down and something more like that right there. Maybe that makes more sense. Something like that's a little bit cleaner. Just trend-wise, I'm going to get rid of that right there. You guys already know about this. You don't need to see it anymore, do you? Just like this right here. Right there. Makes sense? Come up here, break this out. Come up here, break that out right there. 540 is the target or a failure of it. Now you're a little bit more in line. Do you see it now? Let me show it to you here. A little bit more in line with right there. Just like come up, smash this, swing back down, and then just start climbing up into this 40 here. It's like fighting this trend over here. I got horrible drawing right now. I apologize for that. Kind of see it. Maybe if I draw it like this. This would be your main path. You can like swing up and through this to get to there. This would be like worst case scenario, still heading higher. If this holds, we go up here, get the new high, slam back down to the hourly, and then straight back up, and then straight back up into this 40 here. And I do want you to know that this monthly is pretty big. And we want to watch what the reaction is up here too. I want to give you a few key points here. The first key point is, do we break that high? Okay. The second key point was, do we wick the high or not? If we straight up fail, if we straight up like fail this high and get sent packing to get those lows, that's a possibility too. You just want to watch what the behavior is up here. If you get the wick, it's going to tell you that we're going to hold on the hourly trigger to go up here and trade 40. And it's pretty significant to hit that round number of 30 to hit the 40. So, you know, does that mean you have risk on as we approach? So I want you to think this through here, okay? You know, when you're putting risk on in the market, up or down, you're getting long when no one else wants to get long. You manage your stops below. You understand me? What most traders do is they're waiting for this move. And when we get up here, this is when they get long. And all manner of shit can happen. You can initially move lower, then finally get the high, and then you get rolled down, or you break higher and get rolled down. You just see this volatility in here. There's like tons of volatility when you should have been long on the breakout. Does that make sense? Like this is where the long is. Not that you should care what happens up here. Don't be like, oh, Cap said we're going to do this, or Cap said we're going to do that. Like this is all left for FOMOers. You're exiting. You're putting risk on managed, even if it rolls down on you. Risk on managed. You understand this? You guys have to understand these concepts. It's extremely important. Because I can manage my stops in here. I can manage stops in here. Like look, just look at this plan here. This is a place to get long. This is a place to get long. This is a place to exit. Right? This is a place to get long. Right? If we wick up here, I'm getting long again to trade the 40 up here. Does that make sense? It has to. You have to think about this from the perspective of managing long. Same thing as a seller. This all works on the inverse too. Or let's say we break right here. It's like, oh, I got long in here, right? Got long right here. They triggered my stops. They gave me a chance to get out. So you're out, right? Okay, I'm going to sit here and wait for the new low, and I'm going to get short. Wham, downside. Making money. Fixed all that bullshit back there. Had risk on when I was supposed to, right? And then when you're down here, you already know where to turn into a buyer again. Does that make sense? With the target above. Most traders aren't doing that stuff. They're short right here, right? and they get trapped and we run away. They get torched, right? They're not waiting for the signal. So this next end of day right here, or a few things you need to know here. The projections right now, because we're holding at this point in the day, is a trade higher to the new high, and then a trade later in the week into 540 end of the week. If support is lost, we're going to sweep the lows, and then we'll start targeting those upside numbers again. On a 1 minute basis here, let's just look at this really quick. On a 1 minute basis right here, fairly easy to see, right? Like parked right here. Just right there. Nice and easy, right? This is bulls trying to get long. We have the prior. Let me go back to this trigger. Hold on here. This is buyers attempting to get long. They have to break above this box right here. They need the new wick. They need the new high, right? They need to watch the. Hold on here. Buyers want to see this hold right here, right? They don't care about this grinding. You catch the new high right here, dribble down, right? You start making your way to the upside. Does that make sense? If we begin to lose the low, it's now 2:28, right? 3 p.m., 3:30. Six p.m., right? Fairly easy to see. There's your second buy point. That's the one down here. That's the doom and gloom, 482. Do you see how much time there is to get short? All kinds of time to get short. If you begin to see the market break lower, show you this here, catch a new low, right? They're still going to give you time to get out, right? And then we'll start talking about staircasing down. Start bloodbath and the doom and the gloom. Actually, going to hit 500 first. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Right there. Uh-oh. Relievio. Uh-oh, Relievio. Uh-oh, Relievio. Uh-oh, Relievio. Uh-oh, Relievio. How you feeling right now, Bears? What's up? How you feel? Bam, 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 bam. How's that feeling? Plenty of time to get short. Don't get fucked. That just took all your stops. Uh-oh, my God, I'm trapped in now. What's gonna happen? Please, please, please let me out. That's called, well, some of you are going to say it's for liquidity to go to the downside. That's possible. There's some scared bears here right now. They're like, oh shit, please roll down hard, fast. Just give me a chance to get out. Uh-oh, Relivio. So, the preferred way is up. If you want to short, wait. You gotta wait. Stay out of Mr. Yen's favorite place over here. The fucking finger trap of death. Don't be fucking around with the finger trap of death. Try to warn them and they don't listen. Brr. Yeah, you know, Phil, you make a good point, and I don't disagree with that. I think it's fine to, you know, like Phil just made a statement. He said, I'm not a bear, though. I'm actually really bullish, but want to buy lower. That's worth something, too. If you're a very well-disciplined trader, you may not get the trade to 82 to get long, but if you were to do just that trade every time, when it comes to you, you're going to be rich. I'll be honest with you. You just have to be more patient and always be looking for the doom trade, or not always doom, but the excess trade to the downside. I love those trades. They're my favorite. Just like sweep all these bulls out. If they all know we're going to 540, sweep them all out, and then we go to 540. I'm with you on that trade, so I get it. I'm not with you on that trade right now, but I'm with you on the thesis of that trade. Just being patient whenever those days happen. How many days do we ever get where, even in a bull market, where we're like, woo, we're going to the moon, we're like down 100 points the next day, and everybody's washed out, right? I can't say that that thesis that you have is not correct. I'm down with that shit. I understand that really quick. I understand that thesis here. So I'm open to that trade right now. I would just need to see the break below to get crazy to the downside. I want to see these buyers get overwhelmed here. I want to see more sellers than buyers here. They want it. I know they want it. We're in negative gamma. They can get it. You know that fucker hurt right there, didn't it? That shit was painful. I'm gonna try it again. Look at him. Get me out right now, boss. No, that was liquidity. We're going to the downside. We're gonna rain hell here. Watch how touchy they are. They're like, I want to watch this closely here and see what they do. They're really trying here, aren't they? They want that low. Watch these bars right here. This is anger right now. Trying to see what Daly's saying over here. Yep, losing my screen here. Yep, hold on here. Dude, what's going on my computer here? Mag? I'm looking at here. MAG. Why am I getting alerts here? MAG's almost back in my buy zone. Oh, hell no. I want to see MAG get lower. We trade $9 on MAG, baby. Can I get MAG at 850? There is SPX Gamma right there. Starting to lose support here. We'll wait for the death knell here. Also note we have Trump signing executive orders at 3 p.m. Hold on here. I gotta go potty again too.
Disconnected.
Oops, sorry. I guess the news was on. Sorry about that. Just nobody's saying anything right now. I gotta watch my typing here.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be signing an executive order on energy, speaking at the Unleashing American Energy event where he's due to be signing this. The live video is available on the feed for those interested. Again, due to start in just under 10 minutes time.
Yeah, they're running that piece on Financial Juice too. They like full blue. They posted it in fucking Financial Juice chat. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Wee-doo. It's hilarious. Like all these bears missed the whole move down, and now they all want to get in on it. It's the same shit with FOMO. Same shit with bulls. It's the same shit. I want more down, Cap. Dude, we just ran down like 100 fucking points all day long. I want it all right now. I want another 100. Like, just give it a minute. At least let us reject the upside. We just took out the prior high, man. Who has, what's that? I didn't read that. Controls do they have on the shipping integrity? I get that they don't ship controlled subs, but they have to add. What are you guys talking about? I would love to follow that conversation. Do you guys know about China trying to? It's really weird right now, that whole thing. Whatever. I would like to hear what Binky and Doug are talking about in the Discord. There's this like really weird thing right now where, we're taking away. Well, of course, we're like taking control of Panama Canal, which we should. Sorry, but we should. It's an integral part to access to the fucking Pacific Ocean. How it was done could have been done better, but I'm in agreement with that. But I always think about like China's creating new shipping lanes to Mexico, a longer route that goes to the West Coast, and then also what they're talking about right now. This is adjacent conversation, I guess, but like there you have those big questions about subverting routes, like Doug is talking about in Binky, where you subvert tariffs through countries like Vietnam, Laos, that whole area, that whole region. And then the Belt and Roads Initiative. If you guys should look deeper into like belts and roads through these Southeast Asian countries, and also belts and roads in Panama, Central America, Mexico. Look at belts and roads in Colombia. Believe it or not, China's doing belts and roads everywhere, all over the world, which is, smart. Can't say it's not smart, but dangerous, isn't it? It's dangerous to you and I. Yeah, 100% Binky. And then if this grows out of control, do you have a foothold or not, right? We're reviving bases all over the Pacific right now. If you guys, any of you guys live in Hawaii, right? So you guys know Schofield Barracks? And you guys know about Jungle Warfare School and stuff like that? They're shipping soldiers there like by the fucking battalion, like train you. And you need this. Sorry, I'm not picking my nose. I've got like a rash from shaving. Weird, like shaving rash. I'm like tickling my mustache down here is like tickling my nose. So if you see me picking my nose today, I haven't been. I've just been picking my my face. I got like an itch. Let me go potty really quick. I really have to go to the bathroom. I don't want to. I'm in a position right now, and I don't want to leave my position and walk away. But I gotta go potty.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour.
Yeah, no, it's not that.
On energy. The live video for this is available on the feed.
I did get a little bit of that yesterday, though, to be honest with you.
3 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, I'll calm down with that. Let me go potty really quick, and so I can be here for the Trump presser. I'll be right back with you guys in a few minutes. Check, check.
So we're shortly expecting the executive order signing event with Trump to start. Again, live video is on the feed.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, we got the Trump presser. I don't see it. Let me check here. Not seeing him. I'm looking at a few different sources here. I don't trust any of these sources. Heads up that this is an energy event. Watch. You might want to be watching liquid natural gas, oil, coal. We could get a bloodbath here. Oh, wrong one. Still not. It looks like I've got. It looks like
liability.
Says awaiting President Trump at an Unleashing American Energy Executive Order event.
US stocks extend full with the Nasdaq down 1%.
Trump's still late to the party. There's nothing down there. It's like a whole bunch of nothing. Whole bunch of nothing down there. There ain't shit down there. 500, there's something. There's buyers at 500, but those are just mechanical buyers. Here's 3 p.m., 3:30. They just got us parked here until Trump speaks. I'll read some of this for you to prep you as he comes out to speak. Trump, a Republican, campaigned on a promise to increase U.S. energy output and has sought to roll back energy and environmental regulations since taking office January 20th. U.S. power demand is rising for the first time in 2 decades as energy-intensive data centers for artificial intelligence, electric cars, and cryptocurrencies increase consumption. Trump is scheduled to sign energy-related orders at the White House at 3 p.m. today. He's late already, of course. The orders will include efforts to save coal plants that were likely to be retired, said the sources. So if you're looking for like coal trade, something like that. Said sources who requested anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. They will also direct Energy Secretary Chris Wright to determine whether coal used in steel production is a critical mineral. So if you're looking for coal or steel stocks to react to this pressure, those are the two indices to be watching. In addition, they will direct Interior Secretary Doug Bergman to acknowledge the end of a moratorium that paused new coal leasing, which allows private companies to buy the right to extract coal on federal lands and to prioritize leasing. Shares in U.S. coal producers, Peabody and Core Natural Resources, that's BTU.N and CNR.N, each shot up about 9% after the news. When burned, coal releases more of the main greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, than other fossil fuel. It also emits pollutants linked to lung and heart disease. Much of its use has declined due to regulations from Democrats, including Joe Biden. All right, so we're going to start to turn this into ugliness here. We're going to go from green to red right here. Door is shut. And now we're going to look for a major bloodbath in the market. You're going to look for one more little down move here, a slice through, and then we're going to get busy to the downside. Way down here. Right down in there. Support has been lost. They're going to give buyers one last choke out right here. Whoop, and then it's downtown to the downside. Trump, a Republican, campaigned on a promise to increase U.S. Let me see if I got this wrong. Oh, hold on a second. Stuck in the past. Existing U.S. coal plants only provide power to the grid about 40% of the time. Backers say that number can be boosted through deregulation and other measures. Yeah, here comes the rain, dude. We're going to rain this fucker down now. There's nothing down here, guys.
U.S. stocks extending falls.
Watch
again.
this right here.
The S&P 500 down 1%. That's
We're going to sweep 5,000 right now. Woo! Watch this one right here. We're going straight to hell right here. We're not done. Stops right here. We're going to go straight down here. In his first administration, Trump tried to... The existing coal plants only provide power to the grid about 40% of the time. Backers say that number can be boosted through deregulation. Hold on, I got to move this over. And other measures. In his first administration, Trump tried to prop up coal by having his then Energy Secretary direct the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to subsidize coal plants for their contribution in making power grids more reliable and more resilient. Coal backers were hopeful about the new approach. Trump's orders will clearly prioritize how. We're going to keep going. We're not done going down. We're going straight down here. There's nothing here. We're on 5,000 right now. This is 5,000 on SPX, but we're going to blast right through that. They're gonna choke it right out. Right here. That's 5,000 in SPX. We're going straight down here. First target's right here, but we're not done. We're going to go straight down here. We're going to go right there, down there. Right down there. Door closed. Buyers, bye-bye.
So S&P 500 continuing past session lows here. It's down 1.7% now. Excuse me, down 1.2%.
We're close to a reaction right now, not quite there yet. $4988 target, then a bounce. In his first administration, Trump tried to prop up coal by having his then energy secretary. I'm watching a bunch of shit right now. Trump tried to prop up coal by having his then energy secretary direct the FERC to subsidize coal plants for their contribution in making power grids more reliable and resilient. Coal backers were hopeful about the new approach. Trump orders will clearly prioritize how to responsibly keep the lights on, recognize the enormous strategic value of American mined coal, and embrace the economic opportunity that comes from American energy abundance, said Rich Nolan, president and CEO of the National Mining Association. Environmental groups slammed Trump's coal plan. Quote, coal plants are old and dirty, uncompetitive and unreliable, said Kit Kennedy, managing director for power at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Quote, the Trump administration is stuck in the past, trying to make utility customers pay more for yesterday's energy. Instead, it should be doing all it can to build the electrical grid of the future. Trump's still not out right now. He's still in the shitter. We will trade 582 here. 582, the target to the downside. No Trump presser at 3 p.m. here. So we'll move that over, and we'll change the time. We already know that he likes to do this. We'll make it 3:30 now. Door being shut here. $492.47. $494.07. $492.47. $482 after the bell. $42.02. Still no Trump. SPX losing 5,000 right now. This becomes a door closed to bulls again. Buyers blown out. I'm blown out too. I got stopped out of this trade already. I'm in puts, so Trump presser at 3, and there's no uppy here. This is the door closure right here. No way out of this. 5,000 door. This is SPX 5,000. Trading 495.71.
The Nasdaq
First target 494.13.
to 2% now.
$492.60 is the price. $492.52. Right there, that yellow box, right? This yellow line is the target. Should be a small bounce here. We're going to slice right through it. Going to see a small bounce here, but we're going right back down here.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Watch out for a bounce here. I can't figure out exactly where this is here. This yellow box, like this is SPX 5000. That's where I drew it. You can see it right here. It's easier to see. We can trade all the way up here. But likely more to go down. Hard for me to figure out between the two of these sometimes exactly where we are. The green box is down below here in SPX. Just want to make sure that we get rejection up here and continue to the downside. $492.23. Buyers stepping in right now on a 15-minute basis. There's more room up here because of the slop between SPX and SPY, but if you just watch it closely right here, there can be a swing higher here to go lower. This could be here or here. Could be up here or down here. It's in this vicinity. I think it's right here, though. I think this is the 5,000 in SPX. We'll watch it closely. Note that there's a big wick coming in on SPY. Buyers are stepping in on this box right here. Also note that we got the new low on SPX below 4967.47. Still not seeing Trump here. I think that's roughly it. I think I got the right spot. Should be higher, though. It should be like right here. SPX testing 5,000 right now. SPX, SPY regaining the 1 minute trigger. $328 right now. Still no word from Trump. SPX puts rolled to 4975.
So USCBP to collect applicable tariffs on products of China and Hong Kong. So in a statement, the CBP say they're uniquely positioned to implement Trump tariffs. So again, that's the US Customs and Border Protection saying they are to be the entity to collect applicable tariffs on products of China and Hong Kong.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
They keep jumping in these 539s for Friday, and I'm getting like chewed up for like pennies here. Keep trying to buy this dip right. I tried to buy this dip right here. Got stopped out. Got some puts down here. I grabbed a little bit of this, but not a bunch of it. Now I'm buying calls again for Friday. 539C. Got one more place I want to buy down here. I think I'm just going to add to this position. I'm not going to sell it.
S&P 500 extends decline now to 2.1%, while the Nasdaq 100 slumps 2.4%.
Yeah, I'm just adding here. I'm not fucking around with this. Yeah, that's not a good look here. We're opening a, see this target here, this yellow target? Watch this really closely. Burr, 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 burr. This is going to open a door to 82. This whole door gets opened if we're breaking below this. I'm going to have to get out again. Well, that fucking sucks. I'm still long right now, but I'm going to pull out as soon as we go higher here. That break right there is likely sending us to 82. We're likely making a whole. I'm not positive yet, but there's a fair chance that we trade below. We trade a new all-time low here. 479.47. Now, it's not right now that I'm concerned about. It's concern about this here blasting down. I shouldn't say it opens that door. Let's clean this up a little bit. It's a little too violent. Let's do it like this. This break here opens doors to 483.85. Yeah, right there. We'll know more if we break through this green box, but my guess here is that we trade. We'll know more soon, but we'll trade that one, and then after the bell, we're gonna trade. I guarantee you, we trade this right here. We're gonna trade without a doubt 483.88, but I don't know about below there. Still long calls here. I'm going to try to get out here in a minute. I just want to see the squeeze higher so I can get out. I'm actually green right now, believe it or not. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not green. I was green for a minute. I'm being repriced out right now. Call interest is leaving, by the way. Even on this squeeze. I'm getting repriced right now. Even on that green bar. I was green for a minute there. I got to go a little bit higher. I got to go to like 84, 85. That's probably my chance to get out right now. And they're repricing calls. Just a warning to you. Calls are being repriced right now. Big giant option interest sucking sound. There's your sell stops. Right here's the next batch of them. Stops get moved lower. Come on, baby, just turn green. There it is right there. New target down below. Stops for bears right here. $483.88. Right there. We're going to fucking destroy this. We're going to shank this close right here, right down to the depths of hell, right down here, I think. As long as we stay below this, we're going down. Still no Trump presser. I wonder if this is my chance to get out here. Now trading 77. Still long calls. I had a chance to get out, but I wasn't quick enough. I didn't have a sell stop in either. 345. Still no Trump. U.S. CBP to collect 10% tariff on individual reciprocal tariff. Apple down 5%. Target downside on SPX, new low on the market, 48.2573. My calls are holding up pretty well. I'm kind of impressed right now. They should be at like 30 cents, but they're going to be in a minute here. I'm going to get annihilated for Friday. There ain't no way we're doing that. I want us to rip to the upside, but that ain't happening. Maybe. We'll see. We rip like that right now, so. $13 left into the close here. We're in our last 15-minute bar. Watch out for a fucking bloodbath into the bell here. They're going to try to grab this low after the close today in post-market. This won't happen in cash market, I don't think. So you're not going to see, you'll see the liquidity dry up between here and the close today. We are blasting down. We're going to get a new market low here. We're too close. We're going all the way down. Right down inside of here. The upside target is going to be 483.94. I think they got that right. I got to snap a line and find out here. Hold on. Brutal price action. 483.88 is the target to the downside. So right here, 483.88. I want to make sure I got this exact. Like, there's the exact target on where we should go into this close. But we are going to take this fucker out. Like, we're going down there. I'm not selling calls. My calls are still like, I had a chance to get out, but I couldn't get out. I'm trading 74 cents right now. My big issue here is, do I try to make my money back? They're going to try to theta burn me tomorrow, too. Fucking getting fucked by Donald Trump today. Fucking late to a presser again. This shit is fucking COVID.
10 seconds.
It really is. This is bullshit, man. This is like buy the fucking close every goddamn day at fucking 4:15.
Looking now to the market.
Watch the market fucking elevator down for fucking 3 or 4% and fucking wake up on bullshit fucking
Dow 30, sell side 200.
bullshit fucking.
Mag 7, buy side 111 million.
God damn it. Guyna trade on again. Guyna trade off again. So much noise. Holy shit, my shit's coming back. I gotta yell for my money back now. Fucking COVID fucking bullshit.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding
fucking scam?
Nonsense farm payrolls, then sign up today and
Oh, but seriously, I'm like, this shit reminds me of COVID so bad, it's not even fucking funny. If you weren't trading during COVID, you got nothing you can say. If you were, you know exactly about this bullshit painting the tape. Fucking late to a press conference as the president of the United States. Get fucked. Bullshit. I'm sorry. Down 10 grand, up 20 grand, down 30 grand, up 50 grand. Get fucked. Seriously. I was talking to a buddy. I was talking to Wink. It was Winky originally. I was like, if we ever get back to that 73, 74, I'm selling and I'm exiting the market for the next 4 years. I didn't. I stayed in. I still own SPY. I'm like, what am I doing to myself? Like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm a glutton for punishment. I swear. Hey, but why are my calls not coming back? 82 fucking cents? What are you doing? These assholes are locking me in here, too. I want fucking 84 cents, please. I swear to fucking God, it's like, it reminds me of COVID. It's like, I'm getting nightmare flashbacks right now. Every few fucking days, I'm like, COVID. This is the COVID trade. Fucking manufacturing fucking crashes. Bullshit. I shit you not. Should be a fucking felony to be doing this shit. You be doing this shit, you'd be going to prison for like 100 years. Still long, by the way. Goddamn COVID. I swear to God. Don't worry, you'll be right at some point. Fucking just check tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning. I can't wait until we start getting circuit breakers. I'm thinking about that already. I'm telling you guys something here that I haven't said, but I would not be shocked to see like fucking circuit breakers overnight, fucking gone by morning at some point. Pure stupidity. Shit you not. If you were trading during COVID, you'd know exactly what I'm talking about. Fuckers. Fucking, dude, during COVID, I would be awake all night long. Fucking watching my position just get fucking annihilated and then be back green by 9:31 a.m. Fully ridiculous. Sorry, I'm back almost green again, but I was pretty angry there. I'm like watching this move down here, and I'm like, these fucks are gonna do this after the bell tonight. They're gonna fucking rain shit down like a shit parade. The shit wins, Randy. All of this bullshit. Like, why can't we go? I wish Trump was just quiet. Do whatever you want to do. Just be quiet. I don't want to listen to you on the fucking tape, painting the tape all goddamn day. Oh, wait a minute. I'm green. God damn. I'm gonna go to the fucking nut house. Like, what? Like, why are you putting me through this like fucking COVID year, not diarrhea, and now you got tariff diarrhea year? The fuck is this? This is a fucking circus market. Like, it's literally a fucking circus. It's a fucking circus market. We've turned our markets in the last fucking 6 years. How long has it been since COVID? The fucking circus. The straight fucking circus. The fucking joke of the world. Fucking seriously. Oh my God. Well, they got me down to 92 cents now in that red bar. Thank you. The fucking dealers now are like, yeah, fuck off, buddy. Close your calls. I ain't closing shit. I'm serious. Bring out the fucking clown cars. It's like nonstop. We solved COVID. We got the money printer on. Where are we going? Oh, we're going to triple the market in the next 2 years. We solved tariffs. You literally, it's going to be like tariffs and COVID. We got rid of all our tariffs. But wait a minute. I thought you said we are going to change the economy. Fucking Christ. It's like nonstop garbage bullshit. I'm like flat right now.
Keep in mind, Trump has now arrived at the executive order signing event on energy. This video is...
That means Trump was in the shitter. Opened up his Robinhood account. Fucking wanted he wanted the dip right here. I kid you not. You guys think I'm joking about this shit?
Coal, a mineral under legislation now.
They had a fucking picture during COVID. This is real. Not a picture, video. I was there when it happened. They had fucking Vladimir Putin doing a fucking interview, and he had a fucking computer opened on his desk, and it had Bitcoin on it. I shit you not, these guys are fucking trading while they're talking to you. God damn. Ugh. Fucking ridiculous. This all, like, I can just see it now, like, slam tariff. Fucking guy in a trade deal back on again. Try to guy in a trade deal back off again. Fucking clown show. Fucking disgraceful. You just do the tariffs. Tell them you're changing everything, you're done. All this fucking, like, bread and circus bullshit. Fucking Romans at the fucking Colosseum. Fucking throw them to the fucking lions. Throw them to the sharks, bro. I already watched Gladiator 2, man. Didn't you know they had sharks? All right, still up. I still think fucking 40 on Friday. I kid you not. I am not joking here. I'll give you a brief tonight to wrap it up for you to make it cleaner. But I would not be surprised if we sweep the fucking lows on a new all-time low. I kid you not here. In the overnight at least. Then maybe revisit it tomorrow. But this is a disaster. It really is. It's such a fucking clown show. It's like Trump presser at fucking 3. No Trump showing up. 4 o'clock in the fucking afternoon. An hour late. When he says that he's in a meeting, that is fucking bullshit. That shit, he was pulling that shit his whole fucking first term. God damn it. Going on a rant. I love wrapping up the end of the day with happy times. I got no happy times right now. And my fucking 84-cent calls are going to get annihilated with Theta Burn overnight. God damn it. I got to make a decision. I'm going to sell these fucking things and add myself in tomorrow instead. Completely fucking ridiculous. Oh, God. How do I trade this stuff? Why am I trading this fucking COVID trade again? Somebody pass me a doobie. I need a doobie. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I apologize. Did I swear? Did I say God? Hold on a second here. I thought I said it like G-A-W-T. Hold on. I'll stop my speech here. I just offended somebody. Hold on here. All right, sweet. Gone. Gone. Can I please stop swearing? My money on the line. I'm green. Was green there for a minute. Now I'm back to red again. I've been scalping puts all day long and making decent money, but I want this big upside trade here. This thing could print some serious cash. Calls are getting cheap. Still long here, haven't closed anything. 4 p.m. I love banning people on YouTube, by the way, and Twitch. It's awesome. I just did one. It felt good. They're like, don't say God. I'm like, I didn't say God. I said God. GAWT DAMN. Can you imagine being that trader and that trading in that sweatshop? Fucking, please don't use that word, man. All right, I'll see all you guys tomorrow. I am staying long here. I haven't sold. They're kind of like taking me for a ride right now. I was green briefly. If we get a squeeze up here in the after hours, if we get any green in the after hours between now and like 4:15, I might get out. If they like squeeze me up for like another 10 or 20 cents or something, try to reposition for tomorrow. I don't see Trump. Oh, here he is, right here.
In second place, but way behind, and they're going to be.
You guys want to watch this next 15 minutes? We can.
For this, and so are we, and we're going to get approvals very fast. And I would say the man that's
God damn
comparable to you in terms of.
I think that time I said it with a D.
Even more comparable. I hate to tell you.
Say something now.
Zeldin,
you can't.
A friend of mine for a long time. He was a great. Lee was a great lawyer, and he ran for office, and he won immediately. I gave him a very important endorsement. He won for Congress in an area that was unwinnable. He couldn't have, they were all saying, why is he wasting his time? That's Democrat territory, and I liked Lee and knew Lee.
I'm still long here. I'll stay with you guys and watch this stuff.
Upset. Nobody knew what happened, actually, and then he was there for a long time. How many years were you there? 8 years. Was very popular, and then
see if we can grab. Dude, why are you not printing my money, man? I didn't realize that's a low volume market.
Which was an amazing.
Trump presser, 3:30 p.m. Trump presser, 4 p.m.
And he's head of the environmental agency.
Let's even catch a squeeze up into 4:15.
Great job. And I said, if we have a nuclear power plant, Lee, can you get it approved in less than a month? He said, what? He said, I'll do it faster. And by the way, he'll do a fast job, but he's going to do also a great job. It's going to be an important job. We don't even smile about it, but, you know, I've been involved in the approval process for a long time, having been in real estate. And you go years and years and years for absolutely nothing. And even in those days, I used to say, you know, this whole thing could have been approved in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it would have been just as good. But they'd take you down the path, and you'd spend years waiting, and then sometimes you get rejected. I wasn't rejected too much. I was the king of zoning. I did well, but it was such nonsense. It was so terrible. The process was so terrible. But this is the big leagues now, and he's the head person in the whole country, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you doing it. And already they're respecting you very greatly. So thank you very much, Lee. Great job.
Yeah, I don't see myself selling here.
So we have a lot of senators and congressmen and women, and I'm going to just introduce.
According to Sky News, UK Chancellor Reeves to hold a tariff crisis talk with top city executives.
1 or 2 out, and that's the end. I never get their vote again. I never get their vote. It takes years to.
I got to piss again too.
Because Senator John Barrasso, who's my friend and a great gentleman. Thank you very much, John, for being here.
Yeah, that door is wide open down still.
Protect your trade.
Like this trade down here violated lows.
Only $99 a year for our real-time service.
We violated 492.69. It leaves like 480.
Where is Kevin?
4 open to the downside for tomorrow.
He was here because he was.
Or later this week.
He had a problem.
We got more lows ahead of us.
Pay my respects. He wanted to be here so badly, but he had a.
Well, that doesn't mean it has to happen, but.
Through, and we all love Kevin,
They've left the door wide open. This low strike right here left the ability for us to go lower.
Thank you, Steve. And Steve is a picker of great candidates, like he picked a guy named Tim Sheehy, who's here. Where's Tim? Where is Tim? Thank you, Tim. And Tim Sheehy has turned out to be a wonderful senator, and that was your pick. And we went with it, and you were right. And we have a great one in Tim. So thank you, Tim, and thank you, Steve.
I'm in call still.
More Capito. Shelley, thank you very much. West Virginia, from West Virginia, she has to like. You have no choice. Even if you didn't like it, you have to like all, right? But they were doing a number on you. They were doing.
Says the new or the offshore yuan is dropping to new record lows against the dollar.
The best coal anywhere in the world. So thank you very much. A friend of mine for a long time. I'm the one that got him to change his religion in a sense. He changed the party. He went from a Democrat. I said, Jim,
I ain't selling this shit.
But he changed to Republican. He's one of the most popular Republicans and one of
I'm green again.
Leaders of the country. Jim Justice. I call him Big Jim. Big Jim Justice. Good. You look good, Jim. And he was in the business. And so am I doing the right thing? You would know better than anybody in this room. Am I doing the right thing, Jim?
I think I'm going to stay long.
I think so, right? Thank you very much, Jim.
I'm calling bluffs here.
Smith. Cindy, thank you, hon. Very good.
Unless we green bar it up in the middle of the night or something. There's the door shut right here.
Mike Lee. Mike, thank you very much. We have a lot of people from Congress, congressmen and women, representatives. Morgan Griffith. Morgan, thank you. Thank you very much. Bruce Westerman. Bruce, thank you, Bruce. Bob Latta. Bob Latta. Thank you, Bob. Good job. Troy Balderson.
Trading 88 right now and 39s for Friday.
That early race, I endorsed him before anyone knew who he was. And
87.
That was another surprise, right? And that was a long time ago. Yep, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Troy. Carol Miller. Carol, thank you. Carol, West Virginia.
Goddamn, almost took me out of this fucking trade, too. I had to buy twice.
Riley, thanks. Mike Boast. Mike, thank you very much. Troy Downing. Troy, thank you. Oh, he has something. What is that, coal? Is there coal in that bag? Huh? I like it. I'll take it right now. Thank you very much. Hal Rogers. Hal, thank you. Thank you, Hal. Andy Barr. Thank you, Andy. Good luck with everything. I hear good things. Troy Downing. Troy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Troy. Hal Rogers. Oops. Harriet Hageman. Harriet. Hi. How are you, Harriet?
Still long here, not closing.
Finest attorneys you will ever see. I have seen her in action, and she is brutal. I never want her against me, that I can tell you. Dan Muser. Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Good job you're doing. Wesley Hunt, my friend, too. Wesley, great. I love your commercial. Pete Stauber.
All right, there's not much that we can do here in this close. I'm going to turn the stream off in about 6 minutes here. We'll see if we got to squeeze up before the bell.
A great gentleman just broke the record of Wayne Gretzky. The great one is Wayne Gretzky, but we have another great one.
If we squeeze up, I'd close. But if we don't squeeze, I'm long into. If we can't squeeze that in the fucking 4:15 bell.
Nice seeing you. Good, Greg. Thank you very much, Greg. Bill Lee. Bill, thank you very much. Patrick Morrissey, West Virginia, just got elected. Mark Gordon. Mark, thank you. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of others, and I'm in trouble because I don't know. I got 5 or 6 others that I see quickly, but I'm just not going to do it. Don't hold it against me because we have to get back to the most important people in the room.
Clean coal, baby. Good old clean coal.
So the energy workers and the coal miners in in the area that I'm standing on.
Huge, beautiful, clean coal.
I hope it's structurally designed for you guys. I don't know. But we have just really well-deserving, great American patriots, and it's such an honor to be here and making such a big move, such a bold move in energy. Because, you know, for years, people...
I think we called the top today. Yeah, we called the top today. We actually called it to the tick, I think.
Decimate the industry for absolutely no reason, because with modern technology and all of the other things that we do, it's one of the great forms of energy. That's why other countries, leading countries...
We're switching places with China, so no more engineering jobs, huh?
Congressional Democrats...
I get to mine coal. The kids yearn for coal mines in America.
Which wasn't much. Shutting down dozens of coal plants, banning coal leases on federal lands, and putting...
Yeah, good. Nice. I like that. I like it, Jay.
Destroying their lives. I'll never forget when I went to West Virginia, which I won by 48.
Yeah, I'm going to stay long here. Watch out. There's no liquidity here in this after hours.
But
there ain't shit going on in here.
Was about
Let's take a look at this. See what we can see.
How bad coal was.
Oh, God.
They were going to teach coal miners.
Maybe I should get the fuck out right now.
Gadgets and technology.
I'm going to close here.
They want to mine. One thing I learned about the coal miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse on Fifth Avenue and a different kind of a job, and they'd be unhappy. They want to mine coal. That's what they love to do. And she was...
You see that down there?
A high-tech industry where you make little...
Look at that red fucking bar.
I don't know. Do you think he'd be good at that? I don't know.
That's no bueno right there.
You don't want to be. And
Well, look, that is that.
About 3 weeks before, but then she had a problem. She went to West Virginia looking for votes, and that was a bad,
Right. Oh, God.
bad situation.
4,300 down there, boys and girls.
With his family.
That's 4,300.
Because of what they had done to him and his family. And I hope he's still around, but that man made quite an impression.
My God.
The public. And we ended up...
You see that down there, David? The fuck is that down there?
The Democrats' Green New Scam.
What the fuck is that?
Here in America, but meanwhile, China opened 2 coal plants every single week.
Yeah, damn.
Likewise, went very strongly back into coal.
All right, how about this? I'll post this to...
Those are the ones that didn't have the problems.
I'll post this to... It's absurd, isn't it?
Not a good policy.
I'll make a screenshot and post it to Twitter while you guys are doing the chat here.
First day in office, I terminated the Green New Scam. I declared the...
See, if you want to be on Twitter here. Oh, I don't have a snipping tool on this computer anymore.
The United States
Shit.
Paris Climate Accord.
I think I deleted it off this computer to get it running like a Puma.
Paris Climate Accord. We had terrible situation.
I'm out right now. I sold.
Paid over $1 trillion.
Even if we're going higher here, I'm out. I don't like that. Like, I'm looking at this. This is ridiculous.
1992 standard.
4,300.
China didn't kick in until...
You guys got this on your bingo card?
This was 5 years ago. So they didn't kick in for many years. India had no standard whatsoever. But we had the highest standard.
Look at this range right here.
Paying from day one.
Can't even buy this garbage.
Lots of money. We paid for everything. So I was not a big fan of the Paris Accord.
That's 5406. That's 540.
And now we get back.
This is my target for Friday up here. This 5,400, but we can sweep this low. Nobody's business down here.
Take money away from the United States and actually hurt us very badly with coal and with other things. Now under the executive order that I will...
Look at that fucking 4,300.
Slashing unnecessary regulations that targeted...
So
God damn.
The US cash equities markets, just taking a look at the market wrap today. Wall Street...
All right, I'll see you guys. Let me turn this off. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. David, I'll give you a shout right now, bro.